Section 20 of Wildlife on a Norfolk Estuary by Arthur Henry Patterson. This librivox recording is in the public domain. East Coast Notes. Chapter 1. Some Bird Notes. Part 2. Wood pigeons' food. Considering the continual slaughter of wood pigeons and the small number of offspring allotted to individual pairs, it is wonderful to me that not only does no sensible diminution become apparent, but, on the contrary, in Norfolk at least, the wood pigeon more than holds its own. Gilbert White, in his Letter 39, writing to Pennant, remarked on its movements in large flocks, reaching in strings for a mile together as they went out in a morning to feed. This was before the beechen woods were so much destroyed, and does not seem definitely to point to migratory flocks, although by his query, "They leave us early in the spring. Where do they breed?" he undoubtedly suggests that migrants from abroad had something to do with these marked movements. That immense numbers of wood pigeons do come to us in early winter from oversea is an established fact. The food devoured by numbers of pigeons must be immense, judging by what I have found in their crops. I have never taken the trouble to count the numbers of acorns found in them, but I have seen them taken out by the handful, and I have felt huge quantities of them when examining birds on a game dealer's stall. In February 1906 I wrote to the Eastern Daily Press as follows: "Sir, I have been very much struck by the great numbers of wood pigeons that have been brought during the winter, Saturday after Saturday, to Yarmouth Market, which would seem to suggest a rather unusual abundance locally. They are mostly a very indifferently marked lot of birds, in immature plumage, and I think a more unsophisticated and less suspicious race than our own. I have heard of some large flocks coming in from the continent, arriving a few miles to the northward, but have not, as in some seasons, any record of flights passing in the immediate neighbourhood. In some years large flocks have cast a big shadow as they crossed. Great numbers are reported in various parts of the country, notably in Devon and Bedfordshire. In parts of the latter, county farmers are grumbling at the havoc they are making on the young crops. Are they in any way misbehaving themselves in Norfolk?" An interesting note in this week's Countryside from a gamekeeper makes reference to a strange epidemic affecting them in the woods in the south. They are being picked up dead in extraordinary good plight. Signed, John Knowlittle. The following reply appeared in answer to my note. "Sir, John Knowlittle, in his letter of your Friday's issue, seems just now keen on the wood pigeon. In BBS's Farm Notes of Saturday the 4th is an article on the same bird and its habits. May I ask you for our friend John's information to give an extract from the same as below. I learn in the district that the visitors as well as the homebreds have a strong partiality for the clover lays, and in taking their meal are careful to sample the crowns first. Yours truly, Mid Norfolk. Sir, my attention was recently called to a wild pigeon which had just been shot. In falling, this bird burst its crop and disclosed what the shooter described as a dustpanful of the hearts of young clover plants. Multiply this dustpanful by the hundreds of birds which have been recently visiting our new lays, and some idea can be formed of the damage done by these pests. We see our clover lays looking well in the autumn, but we find no clover in the spring, and we accuse the eelworms, which attack the roots of clover plants, of doing the damage. But perhaps the pigeons have done it after all. Signed, B.B.S. My own notes about that period are as follow. January the 27th. Many wood pigeons in the market again to-day. In a note from Woburn, M.B. says, "We have thousands, and they are a great grievance to the farmer. I do not understand the reason of their increase. Ditto of the stock dove." February the 10th. A considerable number of wood pigeons in market to-day. I felt the crops of some and found them full of soft, green food. The country folk tell me they are busy on the younger crops. Some stock doves also in the market. February the 13th. Examined a lot in a poulterer's. All had empty crops. Evidently they had been shot early in the day. Examining one in the market, I found its crop filled with clover leaves. Wood pigeons are most saleable birds in our market, and are disposed of at 6d. and 8d. each, forming a not unremunerative item to those who sometimes expose large bunches of them for sale. I certainly do not see much for the East Norfolk garden farmer to complain of. If added to this substantial figure, he gets some interesting and even exciting sport thrown in. A fat clover-fed pigeon is by no means bad eating. Quails in East Anglia. The Daily Chronicle of October the 19th, 1905, was responsible for the following par. A quail has been shot by Sub-Lieutenant H.R. Sawbridge, Royal Navy, at Lopham Fen. It is over 50 years since the last specimen was seen in the eastern counties. Newspaper folks, as a rule, are peculiarly partial to that last 50 years, and the orthodox, so many feet across the wings from tip to tip, when describing rare or curious birds seen or shot. I felt called upon to answer the statement, and wrote as follows. Sir, in your interesting news in few lines, you make reference to a quail shot at Lopham Fen as the last seen in the eastern counties for 50 years. Allow me to state that several bevies of quails nested in the Broad district in 1870, and my two latest local records are female shot at Scratby, September the 13th, 1893, and two others near Yarmouth in November 1899. This species, which was regarded by the late Sir James Paget as not uncommon in 1834, is rare now, as it is in this country generally, and Mr. J. H. Gurney, in the Norfolk and Norwich Naturalist Transactions, considers the present scarcity is due more to the captures which annually take place in the south of Europe than to any agricultural changes in Norfolk. Signed, A. H. P. Other letters appeared, two of which are as follow. G.T.D. of Wimborne wrote, "About the year 1874, I found on my shooting land a quail's nest with 19 eggs. These were reared, and in the 80s quails came regularly to breed on my estate in Norfolk every summer. One was seen last week in Dorset. My father, wrote WGB, has frequently shot quails, particularly at Martham in Norfolk. In fact, we have one stuffed which was killed not a great while ago. To the Eastern Daily Press, in which the paragraph from the Daily Chronicle also appeared, Major W. S. Dodds wrote, "Sir, apropos of the paragraph in today's press, stating that the quail shot at Lopham Fen was the first seen in the eastern counties for over 50 years. Let me refer you to your issue of May 1903, Natural History Notes by T. E. Gunn, who records the fact not only of a quail being shot in the previous September, but also of finding of its nest containing 15 eggs." French Partridges and Sparrows. In my notebook for 1905, I have the following entry. April the 19th. About 40 of these birds, French partridges, running about on the South Denes, not far from the harbour mouth. I mentioned this fact to Mr. J. H. Gurney, who wrote, "To my mind, the chief argument against partridges found on the beach being migrants is that, among the many hundreds of wings received from the East Coast lightships and lighthouses, there has never been a partridge's wing, nor has there ever been a house sparrow's wing, another species thought by some to migrate." With regard to the sparrow, I myself am confident that it does shift its quarters on occasion. I once saw and heard one, which is sufficiently convincing to anyone who knows its note, come in straight from the sea with other small Fringillidae, and on October the 9th, 1906, I saw several arrive. My note for that date reads as follows. The influx of small birds this morning made the North Denes quite interesting. At 6 o'clock I was at the third gate watching the incoming migrants. These birds struck the coast probably miles to the northward, and led along the nearest east fringe of vegetation bordering the sea. I noticed every 5 or 10 minutes, sometimes oftener, flocks of from 6 to 30 birds. These included greenfinches, linnets, redpoles, twites, and in one instance, in company with twites, common sparrows. The sparrow is always chatty on migration, and this morning he was as merry as ever. A few bunches of larks came from sea flying north-east to south-west. It was a typical migration morning. Wind south-west by south at 6 o'clock, veering to south-southeast by 7 o'clock. In December 1906, I made inquiries of 1 or 2 lightship men respecting the coming aboard of partridges and sparrows. A mate, an intelligent man, was quite positive that on 3 occasions French partridges came aboard, and they were secured and eaten. The English partridge he had never seen. This was on board the Cockle lightship. The house sparrow was quite a familiar winter visitant, coming with other small birds, and he knew it as quite distinct from the tree sparrow. When he was stationed on the St. Nicholas lightship, a cock pheasant once alighted on board, but the crew failed to capture him. He got away and disappointed them. Pelican. On the afternoon of July the 21st, 1906, Fred Clark, one of the Breydoners, hailed me just as I had reached my houseboat to spend the night there, and, hastening to his location, I found him much excited over the advent of a pelican. And there, bunched up on the edge of Duffell's Drain, with his head drawn into his shoulders and his pouch full of flounders, sat the ungainly bird, sleeping off the effects of a full stomach. Early next morning I sent my small son Gilbert with his binoculars to have a good look at him. He was in the same spot, and was busy preening his feathers and shaking his wings. Not far from him stood a spoonbill. The pelican shortly after lifted himself a wing and went direct east. I saw by a London paper shortly after that a pelican, undoubtedly the same individual, was seen at Whitstable. Mr. J. H. Gurney, writing me on October the 12th, says, "It seems that when the pelican left Norfolk last July, it went to Whitstable Flats at the mouth of the Thames, where it has been through the greater part of August and September." I was very loath to give this bird a place in my local list, well knowing that many of them are kept in captivity, but having regard to the long-continued prevalence of the south, south-west and south-east winds during this phenomenally hot summer, I now consider it quite possible that this bird may have visited us from southern Europe. Still more strongly am I impressed with the likelihood of this, seeing that, notwithstanding inquiries set afoot by Mr. Gurney, myself, and probably others, no escape could be traced. Besides, a flamingo appeared in Suffolk at about the same time, and other rare birds, glossy ibises and red-crested whistling ducks, for instance, were recorded and obtained. An interesting note subsequently appeared in the Zoologist of November 1906, referring to the pelican Pelecanus onocretalis, and stating that late in October it took up its night quarters in the open marshes near the shore some distance from the town of Whitstable, and when not engaged in sea fishing, roamed over the pastures, and is often seen resting on the ground among the sheep at a distance of over a mile inland. The pastures are intersected with ditches and stream dykes, which afford the pelican food, but its almost daily habit has been to go to the shore on a fishing excursion when the tide is well out. Lately its visits to the sea have been less frequent, owing probably to the many attempts which have been made to shoot or capture it. The bird is strong on the wing. A suggestion was made that it may have escaped from a ship, but its plumage, when I saw it, as early as July, did not exhibit the least appearance that would lead one to conclude this to have been the case. A pelican cooped aboard ship would in a very short time show traces of prison life. Hooded crows and rats. The hooded crow, as far as his behaviour in Norfolk is concerned, is by no means open to grave censure, for there is invariably enough carrion to be found on the shores of our rivers and beaches to supply his needs, and he is not tempted to resort to those predaceous habits which are said to characterise him in some localities. The worst sins I have known him commit have been laid to his charge by Breydon gunners, who have occasionally complained of his stealing a wounded widgeon or knot from under their very guns. In this neighbourhood he is a most industrious and indefatigable scavenger, picking up many unconsidered trifles in the shape of stranded birds, putrid fish, and other carrion. On the warrens he considers dead rabbits his lawful prey, and I have never heard anyone dispute his right to them. I reported to the Eastern Daily Press in November 1905 the fact that I had discovered him busily employed at the harbour mouth skinning some dead dogfishes, first digging out the eyes, then disemboweling them, and then turning them inside out as expertly as a fish hawker turns out weavers and gurnards for the housewives surrounding his hand barrow with waiting plates. I finished my note by asking if any reader had ever detected Master Crow skinning a rabbit. The following day a letter appeared signed by Anopheles, who had known the bird to operate on rats. He wrote, "Sir, the thirst of your correspondent, John Knowlittle, would seem to be insatiable when facts relating to natural history are under discussion. I can only answer him indirectly by reference to the treatment of rats. On a frosty December night last year, I was one of a party who enjoyed an excellent evening's sport between 9 and 11, ratting around some corn stacks. As is our custom when on such expeditions, for my friends and I often indulge in this sport during the winter months, we were armed with sticks, bicycle lamps, and a couple of keen dogs. The sticks to stir the rats out of the stacks, and the lamps to keep them in view of the dogs after they have jumped down onto the ground. Our kill on this occasion numbered between 20 and 30 rats, and these were left on the ground around the stacks. About 3 days afterwards I was walking past these same stacks, and was surprised to find some score or more hoodies busily engaged on the ground. I say surprised, because the Danish crow is not very common in the district referred to, about 10 miles from Norwich. The object of their search was soon apparent, for I found, with the exception of their skins, little remained of our rats of the previous evening. They were lying on the ground as we had left them, beautifully cleaned, though turned inside out, but the skins otherwise uninjured, and it was evident, from some of the carcass still remaining, that the process of evisceration was commenced by the crows at the tail end of the rats. It is probable that Hoodie would tackle a dead rabbit in a similar manner. Rats continued. Anopheles went on to discourse further on rats, remarking, although justly attributed a plague to the farmer in this eastern part of England, on the small estate referred to above several thousands are killed annually by the keeper. It would seem that the common brown rat, Mus decumanus, is not nearly so common in some other parts of the country. For example, a friend from Westmoreland told me the other day that a rat in his county might almost be reckoned a rara avis. It was quite an exceptional thing to meet with one. The question of food supply probably determines its distribution, and although omnivorous, the adoption of the 4-course shift in this county would tend to provide him with a varied and plentiful diet at all seasons of the year. I lived for some months in Lancashire, an adjoining county, and found the part I resided in swarming with the hated rodent. At P Gardens, the slopes of the lake were riddled with their burrows, and they fed boldly with the waterfowl at all hours of the day. They perforated the lawn in front of the gardener's house until it was like an overcrowded rabbit burrow. They undermined the house itself. They swarmed my monkey house at night and cleared away all that the monkeys could not stow away at supper time. They killed foreign birds wholesale, not scrupling to devour a sick cockatoo. The only other place I ever saw so rat infested was the slaughter yard where, in 1890, they killed the horses for the carnivorous animals in D Zoological Gardens. The remnants of the carcasses used then to be allowed to lie out on the concreted area to be carted away by the knacker when he came to do the next day's killing. There was little left but bare bones for him to take back with him. It seemed that a previous superintendent had been a greater admirer of rat-killing dogs than his more legitimate charges, and so the brutes were allowed a very free rein as regards their population question. I went 1 or 2 nights with a lantern to see the gathering of the clans, and I confess I never saw anything in the rat line to equal it. The rats shot away on my coming in all directions, in a manner that I can only describe as like sparks flying from the seething hot iron on an anvil at the first heavy blow. The "super" of my time started his reign by issuing an edict against the rats, and a stone shed with rat-proof doors was completed, and may still remain, and all the horses killed were at once properly flensed and the beef hung. The rats soon began to complain of a famine, and the first morning after the new regime had commenced, I noticed that the bottom of the meat house doors showed marks of many a score hungry rats' teeth. I set 2 large French wire traps baited with maize that night against the doors, and in the morning discovered them cram full of struggling rats. If my memory serves me rightly, I captured 73 rats the first 2 nights, and for some nights after found them still as eager to enter. I hope the good work then begun has been since carried on, and that the rats are now rare in D Zoo. I myself have never observed a rat afloat on Breydon on a piece of ice, but I can quite credit reports which have come to me of these creatures, pressed for food in hard winters, venturing onto the ice at night for wounded fowl, and being caught in the break-up of the ice field, which, in the lower reaches, takes place suddenly at the fall of the tide. The poor things, to be pitied in their distress, have been in sorry plight, and had a rough time of it in more ways than one when being borne seawards. Curious nesting sites. On July 1st, 1897, I inserted the following note in the Eastern Daily Press. Sir, birds' nests are, although I am no oologist myself, of much interest to me, inasmuch as one sees in their construction, placement and environment the strange workings of bird instinct, which, in many cases, has been so carried out that reason, or something very little removed from it, has been added to the other quality. The predilection nowadays shown by house martins for country residence in preference to town life is a noticeable feature. We now have in Yarmouth scarcely a martin's nest, owing to the bullying of sparrows, etc. But in an adjoining village, 7 nests, new to me, are this year affixed to one house front. Not far from Caister, some swallows have been nesting annually for some years in a tea saucer, which has been repeatedly taken down from a shelf for inspection. In the hospital school grounds, just above the boys' heads, is a knot hole in an old tree. Into the cavity wriggled a pair of starlings, and by some means made it conveniently comfortable to raise a family. A pair of swallows are building for the third season in the boys' lavatory within easy reach of the smallest urchin. At Caister, a pair of English and a pair of red-legged partridges are nesting amicably within a very short distance of each other. Signed, John Knowlittle. In reply to this, WGC wrote as follows. Sir, supplementing the curious nesting places of swallows published in your columns, I would mention the nest to be found beneath Oldby Swing Bridge, over the river, continually subject to the rattling and rolling of the trains above head. There is generally a nest in the letterbox of the ink factory at Barsham, and for many years a blue jimmy or blue tit used the village wall box at Kilverston for purposes of nidification. 2 or 3 years ago a brood of these birds was safely reared in a crack in an axle of one of the staunches of the Little Ouse. At the same time there were 8 youngsters in a nest built in a crack between 2 bricks, from which the mortar had been weathered away in a wall in Thetford. It certainly was a mystery how the plump little parent tits squeezed in. Only this year a friend found a blue tit's nest in a hollow gatepost, and with a zeal which I thought mistaken, he slit the post down the middle until the nest was reached. In spite of this, the parent bird refused to leave the eggs, which were on the point of being hatched, allowing herself to be lifted off the nest without any sign of fear. A still more curious instance of the nesting of the blue tit has been published in the Transactions of the Norfolk and Norwich Naturalist Society, wherein it is recorded that about 1819 a man named Camplin climbed a gibbet in the parish of Wareham, upon which had been executed a person named Bennett for the murder of his master John Philly, the trial taking place at Thetford. In the head of the skeleton a blue tit had built its nest, and the terrified family of 9 or 10 flew out on being disturbed. In the gallows pits, Thetford, criminals were formerly interred. Now the pits are used for depositing rubbish. Amongst the miscellaneous collection of kettles to be found there, a robin generally builds its nest year by year. In a railway bridge at Santon, Norfolk, 6 bricks had been left out of the bridge, 3 on either side. Of the 6 holes, 5 were tenanted by starlings a few weeks ago. A piece of the outer bark of a pine tree had been blown into the middle of a hawthorn, the concave side being uppermost. In this a blackbird built its nest, the run of the nest being level with the edge of the bark on either side. Several years ago Mr. F. Norgate found a nest on Santon Warren which contained 8 teals or ducks and several pheasants' eggs. A piece of oak bark had become fixed on the crutch of a beech tree about 3 feet from the ground, and a nightjar had chosen it whereon to deposit its 2 eggs rather than on the ground. Other notes were forthcoming, proving that the 2 species of partridge not infrequently occupied the same nest. End of section 20. Section 21 of Wildlife on a Norfolk Estuary by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. East Coast Notes, Chapter 1, Some Bird Notes, Part 3. Awkward moults. Birds usually moult at an opportune season. The wild duck, for instance, when food is in plenty and shelter assured, and he does it thoroughly. Other birds which have to be continually on the wing take a longer period, and, as a rule, do not shed too many feathers at a time for safety and convenience sake. But exceptions occur, and sometimes disastrously. On June the 30th, 1903, I was rowing up the St Olaves River when I fell in with a common gull, Larus canis, and very speedily secured it, finding it incapable of flight owing to a loss of most of its primaries. It was otherwise wholly uninjured. On the same date, strangely enough, another bird in the very same plight was captured on the seashore. On September the 18th, I saw a young guillemot on Breydon without flight feathers, a long way from his Yorkshire birthplace. The red-backed shrike. Some correspondence took place in the County Daily in May 1896 respecting the doings of the red-backed shrike, Lanius collurio, a bird which appears to be greatly on the decrease, at least in this neighbourhood. Up to the 70s it was not rare around Caister, and it nested in an old hawthorn hedge, since demolished, on the North Denes as late as 1878, in which year I watched an adult bird busy at his larder. He was feasting on a short-tailed field mouse, and had for dessert a humble bee or two and some beetles. He was very saucy, probably noticing I carried no gun, and he flew a short distance ahead of me, as I endeavoured to find out what other victims he had been spitting. One writer appeared to doubt the shrike's inclination to attack animals. Another, replying from Haddiscoe, wrote as follows: "Your correspondent, Observer, asks if the shrike preys on small animals as well as insects. The red-backed shrike will kill small birds and even young pheasants. It is here called the 9 killer, being supposed to kill 9 head of game, which it impales on thorns before it commences to eat them. Several pairs visit the district in which I reside. They are very affectionate to each other, both old and young, and when grown, the young ones will live and hunt with the old birds. 2 years ago I was in close proximity to a gamekeeper's house, not trespassing, but was on the turnpike road, when the screaming of a pair of shrikes attracted my attention. By their actions I supposed at once they were attacking something, and soon observed them raiding a covey of very small pheasants. Their hooked beaks soon told a tale on the innocents, 2 of which they literally scalped within a few feet of their mother, who, either with the knowledge of my presence or fear of the shrikes, cowered down and allowed them to do as they liked. I dared not venture into the field where the slaughter was committed, for the gamekeeper might have misinterpreted my intentions. The shrikes left their prey and, perching upon the fence, began to insult me. However, I cleared them off with a few stones and proceeded on my journey." A friend of mine living at Belton, who is an enthusiastic beekeeper, complained to me of the nuisance some red-backed shrikes were to him. On one occasion he obtained a nest of shrikes, and placing them in a cage, hung them up in a fork of an apple tree, with a view to securing the cooperation of the parent birds in their upbringing, which unaided he considered would have entailed far too much labour. The old birds discovered their young, and attended them most assiduously, constantly bringing lizards, mice, wasps, butterflies, humble-bees, and some of his own. The floor of the cage, he assured me, was strewn with muck of that sort, many scarcely hurt, which crawled and fluttered about the cage like a menagerie. He was so impressed with the need of so large and varied a supply that as soon as they were sufficiently fledged to fly, he let them go, afterwards wishing he had not, for they set their affections so strongly on his bees that, had he not turned to and shot 'em, they would have devastated his hives. Temperature and feathers. St. John, in his book Sportsman and Naturalist's Tour in Sutherland, appears to have noticed the effect of severe cold on the plumage of the snow bunting. Scarcely, he says, any two of the snow buntings are quite alike. In the first flocks that come, there are only a few which are light coloured, but as the snow and frost increase, the white birds become more numerous. The same remarks apply to those I have noticed in this neighbourhood. In sharp weather with much snow, they keep more to the sand dunes on the coast. In rough but open weather, they are found on the marshes, and by the banks of the rivers and on Breydon. Our bird catchers have a notion that the whiter birds are the males, and dispose of them as such. I noticed in the very wintry January of 1891 that a great many of the common snipes shot had become exceptionally light coloured, greatly reminding me at the time of specimens faded from being exposed to too strong a light. Wild geese. The visits of wild geese to this neighbourhood are, with the exception of those of the Brent goose, very uncertain, and I am inclined to think, having regard to local conditions, that they must always have been so, at least for centuries. In hard winters with prolonged snowstorms, Brent geese are not uncommon off the coast, but the other species are irregular in their visits, and like the Brent, these depend greatly upon stress of weather. But the most curious thing respecting them is that one particular species seems always to predominate in numbers. During December several odd birds are shot. In one instance 3 were killed on Breydon by a punt gunner named Fred Clark. They were all bean geese, Anser sagittum. One year pink-footed geese, Anser brachyrhynchus, will be ascendant. Another white-fronted geese, Anser albifrons. During the second week of March 1904, 6 Brent geese put in an appearance on Breydon, and made themselves very much at home. It being close season, they remained undisturbed. They found much to interest them among the Zostera marina, and stayed with us until April the 16th, on which date I saw them marching about the flats. Whilst watching them from the bank, I observed some boys who were winkling, and who, attracted by their apparent tameness, walked in their direction, as if to see how near they could approach them. This the geese resented, and finding the place getting too lively for them, they took to wing and, mounting high in the air, turned and flew away in an easterly direction, and did not afterwards return. This was quite an unusual period for their visiting us. Unfortunately, added to the rarity of their appearance, they are such a desirable prey that gunners are soon after them, and a study of their habits becomes impossible. On June the 7th, I received a postcard from Alton, which ran as follows. Dear Mr. Patterson, I have observed for many years small parties of wild geese migrating over here during first week of June. Yesterday they came as usual, quite low, and alighted on the marshes. What are they, and whence? One year I identified barnacles. Curiously enough, geese are never seen here regularly at any other time. Signed, W.S.E. I replied to W.S.E.'s communication, and he again wrote on June the 29th. Dear Mr. Patterson, I thank you very much for your letter of yesterday, but you do not seem to have caught the point of my last. I should never have thought anything of seeing geese in June casually, but I have observed 3 small skeins pass over from north to south for 40 years, always about the same date. I originally thought they were Brents, as in 1869 half a dozen passed within 30 yards of me, but since then I have twice identified barnacles, and this twice are the only occasions I have ever identified barnacles in Norfolk and Suffolk at any time of the year. 40 years ago, pink-footed were commonest and fed regularly in winter on Barnaby marshes, but of late years, what few geese are seen about here are mostly frontiniacs. Another great change is occurring. Teal are becoming so scarce that if it continues, they will soon become extinct. There are a few breeding in the centre of Norway still, where I shoot, and on the top of a moderately low mountain, where snow melts by mid-June, and does not lie again thereon until late September, I find in late August golden plover and dotterel to have bred there. P.S. A moorhen last week made an apology of a nest on the cover of one of my boats moored in the reeds here, and laid 3 eggs. On Sunday I got an old basket, covered it with dead rush, and made her quite a natural nest on top, placing the 3 eggs therein. Within an hour, at 11 a.m., she laid a 4th egg on the boat cover, and pulled the eggs out of my nest, breaking one, which I consider an extraordinary action on the moorhen's part. Signed, W.S.E. Bird extermination. The following facts are written without comment. The reader may place what construction he chooses upon them. On September the 4th, 1906, 13 ducks were observed to come in from seaward and alight on the northwest side of Breydon. An amateur puntsman named Youngs, who was lurking under the walls hard by, immediately sculled after them, and got a charge of BBs into their midst with telling effect. 9 birds were killed or maimed, and although they had on arrival appeared tired and remarkably tame, the wounded ones, by diving and the use of their wings, gave him an arduous half-hour in retrieving them by doubling after them, and by the use of his shoulder gun. One bird, spoiled by decapitation for a specimen, was eaten by Mr. Youngs. The other 8 were sold to Mr. Saunders, a local taxidermist. A 10th wounded bird managed to reach the marshes, but was soon picked out of a ditch by a marshman named Dan Banham, who ended its career in the oven. I called on Mr. Saunders on the 5th, and saw 4 birds still in the flesh, 4 having already been made into skins. They were unmistakably red-crested pochards, Netta rufina, Pallas. They were, of course, by no means so distinguished in appearance as birds shot in nuptial dress. The plumage, to my mind, greatly resembled that of an adult female smew, and indeed the general contour of the birds was slim and rakish, like that dainty creature. The white shoulder patches, and that of the lesser wing coverts, secondaries and primaries, were very conspicuous. The toes of 6 of the birds were Naples yellow, with a suggestion of redness, the webs being blackish. These were males. The other 2 had greenish tinted toes. I suggested these were females, and this proved to be so on dissection. The cap was reddish brown, and the beak scarlet-like. We had a look at the windpipe, and were much struck with its peculiarities of conformation. I made a rough watercolour sketch of the best bird, and obtained 3 large parasites, Trinotum luridum, which, under the microscope, look hairy and forbidding, their general appearance suggesting much tenacity of purpose. Had I been earlier, Mr. Saunders remarked, I could have had more and been welcome to them, for they made things lively for him for a time. The author provides the following footnote. On my forwarding these parasites to Mr. R. Hancock of Birmingham, he identified them as Trinotum luridum, 1 perfect, the other 2 in varying stages of growth. He informs me that this parasite has been found on the widgeon, goldeneye, pintail, teal, smew and goosander. End of footnote. According to the Field of September the 15th, 2 birds of this species were shot on the 8th on Hickling Broad by Alfred Nudd, a keeper, a duck being secured, but the drake was not recovered until 2 days later, and was consequently spoiled, I believe, by rats. In all probability these belong to the same flock. Mr. J. H. Gurney, in suggesting the likelihood of the then prevailing heat wave having brought them hither, remarked that, at any rate, the poor things met with a warm reception. The prevailing winds had for some time been southerly. So far 1 bird had not been accounted for, but information reached me that a 2nd wounded bird had been found in a ditch near James Banham's farm, and I was assured by Banham that his lad recovered it, and his wife brought it to Yarmouth Market the following day, where it was sold to a man named Dockwra for 9d. for eating. Both Dockwra and Banham independently gave me a description of the bird, which quite satisfied me that it was a crested duck, the former expressing his regret at cooking it, having already been made acquainted with its rarity and probable value as a specimen. I ate 1 carcass and found it as delicious a duck as I ever drew out of an oven. A few days later I was assured by a punt gunner who saw Young shoot the birds that there were 18 and not 13 only, and shortly after I found that a Mr. Boning had killed 2 at Hickling on October the 18th, a male in a very forward change of plumage being secured. The other was lost. I saw this bird at Saunders. He had set it up exactly like the one in the illustration in Howard Saunders' manual. The head had assumed its red tints, save for a streakiness still observable at the margins, and the black of the breast was still somewhat spotty with grey. I was astonished at the quick change exhibited. 4 glossy ibises, Plegardus vulcanellus, was seen on Breydon on the morning of September the 4th. They appeared to be very tired, and presently alighted on the marshes. The wind was south, and my diary records the day as fearfully hot. In the morning I saw the gunner Youngs, already referred to, in a somewhat excited state. He had seen them, and threatened to run up in the afternoon to secure them if possible. He did not, but as already narrated, he fell in with the red-crested ducks instead. The ibises remained in the neighbourhood for some days, but got away unscathed. But they were fated not to escape the vigilant eye of the gunner. On October the 19th, Mr. J. H. Gurney wrote me as follows: "The 4 glossy ibises have all been accounted for, 3 in Ireland and 1 in Sussex, so their peregrinations are over." 2 red-throated divers, Colymbus septentrionalis, made their way to our neighbourhood in October 1906, attracted thither, no doubt, by the inshoring of the herrings. An old shore gunner of my acquaintance, who is a keen shot, went after them. One day he killed one of them, and the bird was shown me. It had the red on the neck prettily mottled and streaked with grey. A few days after, this same gunner slew the other, which had kept in the neighbourhood. I also saw this, and was astonished to find it entirely minus the flight feathers, the primaries, which were the merest soft stumps possible, and a margining of white fluffy down marked the outside of the secondary feathers. Did this bird moult in this neighbourhood, or had it never as yet assumed its primaries? If so, it had travelled a long way from its native shores, and must have performed the journey by swimming and drifting with the tides. It was as fat as a mole, and in event of bad weather or an easterly gale, must inevitably have become tired out and come to grief. These birds have a steady and well-sustained flight. One that I got fairly close to on October the 13th, 1906, before it saw me, took to wing with the alacrity of a duck, and flew a mile in an undeviating flight before settling on the waves again. In April 1903, a remarkable invasion of the ferruginous duck, Fuligula nyroca, occurred in the neighbourhood, the more noticeable from the time of the year and the singularity of their being mostly males. Mr. J. H. Gurney thus refers to their advent in the Zoologist. "It was during April that Mr. Patterson announced in the Field that there had been a notable visitation of the nyroca, or white-eyed duck. They either came in or divided themselves into 2 flocks, which together amounted to 20. One flock going to Rollesby Broad, the other settling, on the 15th, on Hickling Broad, where these strangers only too quickly attracted attention. The presence of such a large number of this rare duck at one time in England is curious, and it is to be regretted that they were not fully protected, and that some persons who ought to have known better molested them. No such appearance of nyroca ducks has been put on record in East Anglia before, and it is to be feared there is little inducement for any to come again. 4 was seen at the same time in the West Riding of Yorkshire. As Mr. Gurney said, these strangers soon attracted attention. But as it was close season, accounts of what happened to them only leaked out in interested circles. The ducks were unfortunate in visiting a part of the Broadlands which is most strictly preserved, and from what I learnt afterwards, they were well looked after by those who hold the exclusive right to shoot over these particular portions of the Norfolk Broads. I think I can truthfully state that they shared the self-same fate meted out to the red-crested ducks, and were preserved as effectively. Our local sportsmen hold the theory that, as strange birds are but the merest stragglers to our shores, their slaughter cannot much affect the race, and furthermore they have an axiom that if we don't shoot them, somebody else will. To exterminate a species. To show my utter disgust at the methods pursued by so-called naturalists, I publish a letter which shows how, for poultry pelf, a rare and beautiful British bird may be pursued to its utter extinction. It is well known that this true Britisher, the bearded tit, has a very limited habitat today, and, but for the efforts of some enlightened folk to preserve it, might soon become as extinct as the dodo. Something, April the 6th, 1892. Dear Sir, could you get me bearded tits in the flesh? Can give you 3 shillings and 6pence each. Also nests and eggs of same. If at any time you can offer pied or albino birds, shall be glad to hear from you. Signed, yours, blank. Hooked birds. It is not a rare thing for guillemots to be hooked by sea anglers fishing from piers and breakwaters, and catching gulls by means of baited hooks was by no means unknown amongst the smacksmen in the 70s and 80s, when smacking was one of Yarmouth's chief industries. A very lively sporting adventure occurred on one of the Broads some years since, when the late Captain Birch and the late Fielding Harmer were pike fishing with live bait. During a few minutes' inattention while they were busy at something on the floor of the boat, the float and line were taken into the reed clump, and a violent commotion ensued, the loose line becoming woefully entangled in the reeds. The anglers thought they had certainly hooked an exceedingly lively jack, but when they had set matters pretty straight again and the catch came into view, they were greatly astonished to find that they had foul hooked by the leg a miserable coot. Hybrid ducks. From time to time I have met with, on the poultry stalls, hybrid ducks that had been shot in the neighbourhood. Some ducks hailing from Morby Decoy, of a very dark variety with a white bar on the wing, which made them easily distinguishable as belonging to the same brood, were killed at various times. Undoubtedly they were the offspring of a wild mallard and a strangely coloured tame duck. Crosses between the mallard and gaily marked tame fowl were by no means rare at one time, and were distinguished by the name of marsh ducks. When walking up and down the ranks of Yarmouth Market on January the 20th, 1906, as is my usual custom on Saturdays during the shooting season, in search of any interesting fowl that may turn up, I was attracted by an odd-looking duck hanging with a mallard on a stall. On closer inspection I found it to be a remarkably pretty hybrid between a mallard and a black East Indian duck. The head was glossy greenish black, as was the back. Underneath the bird was a patch of white, with another spot of white on the throat, and the breast was a dark brown. The black feet were small, the toes only showing a brown streak, and the black upper mandible was relieved by a light brown patch on either side. The bird was in fine condition, and undoubtedly a male. I should have purchased it for the Tollhouse Museum, but the good woman couldn't for the life on her say the price of it, as her husband had not set the figure. Her Grace the Duchess of Bedford, to whom I mentioned this incident, replied, "Crosses between common mallard and black East India ducks are common whenever they are kept together. We have them here at Woburn, and I have seen them at Lord Portsmouth's place in Hampshire, and in Scotland on the Tay." Scalp Duck. The scalp duck, Fuligula marilla, does not often put in an appearance here until driven in by hard weather, from which circumstance it is known as the hard fowl. For some unaccountable reason, unless there had been some rough weather farther north, a decided migration of this species was observed in the neighbourhood in October 1898. I saw over 30 on Durrant's poultry stall on October the 8th. He had received 44 by the 10th, and I saw 6 on a countryman's stall on the same date. Mr. J. H. Gurney reported in the Zoologist, referring to the 10th, "Received 3 live scalp drakes from Siam decoy cage, and about the same time there was a sudden abundance of them at the mouths of our rivers and similar places. Several were reported from various stations in the country. At the same time, many wild swans, in most cases believed to be Bewick's swans, were observed in different parts of the county, their tameness pointing to their having made a long journey, possibly under wearying conditions. Mr. Gurney wrote me on the 14th that the number of scalp ducks is certainly very remarkable, and I expect to hear of some more greater spotted woodpeckers." On November the 10th, Mr. Gurney gave me the total of scalps obtained as 77. On the 1st of November, I sent him an example, which was reported in the Zoologist as follows: "A female scalp in a very rufous state as regards breast, neck and head, received from Mr. Patterson, had probably acquired that ferruginous colour from feeding in water where there was oxide of iron. It had been shot when making its last meal, for several Cyclas cornea, identified by Mr. Reeve, were in its gullet. On showing it to Mr. Caton Hay," wrote Mr. Gurney, "he said that he had seen one as rufous." End of section 21. Section 22 of Wildlife on a Norfolk Estuary by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. East Coast Notes, Chapter 1, Some Bird Notes, Part 4. Herons and Fishers. In February 1895, a sportsman killed 4 herons in 2 shots, and his exploit went the rounds of the county papers, including the Eastern Daily Press. The following day appeared a note, signed S.S.G., which read as follows: Sir, I heartily congratulate Mr. C on having killed 4 herons in 2 shots. These birds, besides being detrimental to sport, consume in this country tons of human food daily and do no good whatever. A note followed from an old sportsman, who said, I do not agree with those who say that herons are not fit to eat. When they are stuffed with bacon and well larded, they are as good as a swan. In olden times they were eaten by royalty, and why not by common folk now? If anyone who is a preserver of fish can say a word in favour of the heron, now is his time to speak, for many are being shot. I should as soon think of preserving rats or sparrows, as I am not aware that herons do any good, and they certainly deprive the quiet angler of no end of sport, and sometimes of a good dinner. I replied to these rather extravagant epistles to the effect that I know the wary old Earnshaw well, and have often watched him adroitly catching shore crabs, young eels and small flounders, or any such little fry as comes to hand. Most of the fish he devours are the valueless fry of our more despised fishers. Who eats bream, roach, perch, and such coarse fish? Certainly not the anglers, who themselves haul out tons yearly to rot and feed the flies and rats upon our river and broadsides, thinking, wisely too, that they are not worth the carrying home. On the other hand, he weeds out and possibly prevents overcrowding. I will grant the heron may be a bit of a nuisance in the neighbourhood of a trout stream, but on the whole he is a fellow whom I should be sorry to see exterminated. The correspondence rounded up with an editorial comment. The hero of the herons has found his champion. SSG congratulates him on his marvellous feat of destroying 4 herons in 2 shots. The virtue of the deed lies in the fact that herons are detrimental to sport and consume tons of human food daily. One would like to ask what detriment herons are to sport. Do they so diminish the fish that the angler has to pass weary hours of disappointment instead of hilarious excitement at the capture of his scaly victims? When I read of the doings of the 101 angling clubs in the city of Norwich, I can but demur to the statement that sport is injured. As to the consumption of human food, does the correspondent mean the freshwater fish which the herons get from dykes and streams? If so, I would like to ask how many tons of so-called human food do the anglers destroy in the course of a season? Herons were formerly preserved for the sport of falconry. They have now so diminished that their wanton destruction is little less than a crime. Heron versus answer. In October 1906, some most interesting correspondence appeared in the Eastern Daily Press, having reference to the common heron, Ardea cinerea. A short letter, dated October the 9th, read as follows. The Earnshaw. Dear Sir, there is a bird about here called an answer. It's a bird with long legs and long neck, and is the colour of slate. Is it its right name, or is it that what they call it in Norfolk? Will you, please, tell me its right name? I remain, etc., V.J. C. Norwich. An editorial comment accompanied this note, to this effect. Our naturalist readers will be interested in hearing of a new piece of local nomenclature. One would imagine that anybody sufficiently interested in birds to write on such a point would know a heron when he saw it, and evidently, judging by his brief but sufficient word picture, our correspondent has seen it. A young heron is a heronshaw, corrupted in general use into hernshaw, and applied to heron young or old. It is our correspondent's delightful shot at Norfolk pronunciation that makes answer of it. It occurred to us at first that he must have been chatting with some learned person who could not refer to a goose without Latinity, but the long legs and long neck and slate colour reveal the heron. Answer is distinctly good. From among several other letters, I have selected 2 or 3. Sir, the correct name of the bird that Mr. J describes is the heron. This bird is common in these marshy districts and is often seen to dive into the river for fish, which is its chief food. Signed, B.C. Sir, the local term for a heron, generally called hanser, no doubt derives its origin from Shakespeare. Hamlet says in Act 4, Scene 2, "I know a hawk from a handsaw," and this has been corrupted into hanser. It is not often our Norfolk people drop their H's. Signed, H.L.C. Sir, has not your correspondent heard the following rhyme? I ha' seen the roses in blow, I ha' seen the violets blue, I ha' seen the hansie fly ever so high, but I never see nothin' like you. Signed, Yokel. Sir, what Shakespeare put into Hamlet's speech was doubtless, I know a hawk from a hanser, meaning I know the pursuer from the pursued, or to paraphrase the sentences, I know a hound from a hare. In Shakespeare's day, hawking was greatly followed, and the heron or hanser was the most coveted quarry. The copyist clearly went wrong, and not knowing what a hanser was, substituted the word handsaw. One player went so far as to imitate sawing. John Kemble read the passage, I knew a hawk from my hand, sir, which he held up. He evidently did not know the vernacular for heron or heronshaw, but saw that handsaw was nonsense. Signed, J.B. Taking exception to the first reply of B.C., I replied as follows. Sir, the letter of V.J.'s was a fair knockout. There was something so unassumingly honest yet naive about it that it was refreshing. I did not intend entering the lists until Mr. C asserted that the heron dives into the river, an acrobatic feat he never indulges in. I have seen scores of answers fishing for eels and flounders on Breydon, but he never goes more than thigh deep in search of them. At high water he haunts the top or edge of a flat. At low he wades up and down the drains. On seeing a fish he strikes at it, sometimes going the whole length of his neck under, having just sufficient length of that extremity to correspond with that of the others. Rarely answer misses his footing and slips into deep water off the edge of a flat, and a right lively confloption he usually makes to right side himself again, although he will sometimes unconcernedly start swimming. True, he lives principally on fish, but he accounts for many water voles, and would get more if opportunity offered, besides other vermin. Signed, John Knowlittle. Seagoing pigeons. A remarkable instance of tame pigeons making daily visits to a lightship came under my notice early in January 1906. Some 18 months before, a pigeon, in hazy weather, made its appearance on the St. Nicholas lightship, which is moored 1.5 miles from the town. It was fed and, being unmolested, rested a while, and, on the weather brightening, flew back to the shore. Not long after, it voluntarily returned to the ship, was fed again, and once more went home. It learned to recognise the tin in which some corn was kept, and would soon come aboard when it saw the signal flashed by the holding up of the tin above the bulwarks. Shortly after, another bird, somewhat shyer, ventured on the trip with it and was made welcome. In time, no fewer than 5 birds made it a daily practice to honour the delighted seamen with their presence. They did not all seem related, although 2 were probably young birds belonging to the first pair. They always alighted first on the davit guys, and then descended to the deck to feed, after which they flew away home for the remainder of the day. On my buttonholing the mate of the St. Nicholas in December 1906, he assured me that the birds still visited the ship, and that sometimes as many as 10 flew aboard. The drumming of the snipe. That there should have been so much dispute as to how the common snipe produces his nuptial drumming in the merry springtime has always seemed to me to be a rather curious thing. I must confess that the subject did not appeal much to me, for Breydon, with its more interesting migrant wildfowl, has always absorbed my leisure time in the earlier half of the year. But one Sunday afternoon in April 1906, a male snipe at Herringfleet so forced himself on my notice that I determined, if possible, to satisfy myself once and for all upon this phenomenon. A strange buzzing sound, very much like that produced by rapidly twirling in the air a notched stick made fast to a piece of string, a toy well known to boys, attracted my attention. Hiding myself behind a scrubby tree and bringing my glasses to bear on the strange musician, I noticed that the sound was always produced when the bird, turning suddenly at the highest part of its flight, pitched downwards and manipulated his wings with greater rapidity. Again and again I saw him turn, and as often the drumming was repeated, and I felt quite convinced that it was no vocal production. On July the 12th I was at Belton, chatting with a native in his garden at the edge of a small fen bordering on the marshes. Brooks, the said native, is a semi-naturalist, half a sportsman, general carpenter and factotum of the village, and a good observer to boot. He pointed out a dead tree to the bare topmost bough of which, 20 feet from the ground, with wings fluttering and head poised at half a right angle, a snipe repeatedly resorted to drum. The noise, he emphatically assured me, coming from the throat. Quite a number of snipes nest yearly on the marshes between his place, near the railway station, and the borough walls. He had seen a snipe vibrating its wings and drumming when poised on the topmost sail of an adjoining mill. He would hear nothing of a possibility of his seeing one snipe in such a situation, and hearing others drumming on the wing at the time. In a note to the Eastern Daily Press, I asked for information on this point, and shortly after secured the following letter on the subject. Coltishall, Norwich, October the 12th, 1906. Dear Sir, I see you raise the question in your letter of to-day in the EDP as to the drumming of the snipe. It is a very vexed question, though I have not much doubt in my own mind about its being the combined action of the wings and tail. I had a splendid opportunity some years ago of observing the operation. I was standing under a small tree on the marshes near Below when I heard a snipe drum. It evidently did not see me, as it made its dive some 5 or 6 times, coming down within 30 feet, just over my head, and I distinctly saw what I have never seen in any picture, or in any description, that at the base of the tail, which was fully expanded, a sabre-shaped feather was standing out, on either side, at right angles. I am not sure, at this distance of time, whether the curved part was in front or not. The wings were half closed and vibrating very rapidly, which would naturally increase the draught of air for these feathers, which, I believe, are the principal factors in causing the sound. You can easily find the feathers, as they are a different shape to the others. If you kill a wounded snipe, by pressing the breast and back, you can generally see them move out sideways slightly. Signed, Yours faithfully, C.W.A. A sketch of the tail and these particular feathers was inserted in the letter, and on examining a snipe, I noticed them as described. Still pursuing the subject, I wrote to an old sportsman living at Alton Broad, who promptly replied as follows. Alton Broad, November the 9th, 1906. Dear Mr. Patterson, in response to your postcard, if on a summer's evening you watch a snipe through powerful glasses in mid-air, you will observe him fly upwards, bleating in a natural manner, then suddenly throw himself on his side, draw up his tail to a right angle, and even more acute than that, and fall rapidly head first towards the earth, beating rapidly with his wings. Hence, in some districts, the action is called bleating, and in others drumming, from his wing motion. The late Mr. Edward Poyser, who was a good naturalist, told me that he had a snipe stuffed with its tail spread out in this position, and that he succeeded, by forcing air rapidly through it, imitating as far as he was able the wind that would come from the action of the snipe's wings, in producing the drumming sound. I have very little doubt that this is the manner in which the sound is produced. Signed, Yours truly, W.S.E. Avian discord. Small wading birds are peaceably inclined. The struggle for existence leaves little time for disputation on the margin of the retreating or the incoming waves, and their love of society is, in most of the species, notorious. The ringed plover not only tolerates the company of the dunlin, but himself gratuitously forces his presence into the midst of a busy flock. It is only at the time of nesting that the ringed plover ever resents intrusion from others, but himself is then inclined to seclusiveness. Gulls, more particularly the larger kinds, will pursue each other and fight in mid-air over a coveted morsel that the original finder failed to swallow on the instant of his luck. It is usual for starlings to harass a kestrel flying across the marshes, and nothing uncommon for a parcel of angry finches to mob a cuckoo. Sparrows will fight and scuffle at certain times like fighting cocks, and pull feathers off each other's heads. On one occasion I witnessed a remarkable scrimmage on the Bure marshes between some starlings and a bunch of common sandpipers. There was much squealing and a great show of anger, but I did not see the finish of it, for the wading birds beat a retreat, their assailants pursuing them. What two utterly distinct races of birds like these could find to quarrel over would be hard to say. A heron and a gull engaged in fierce combat one day on Breydon. The heron seemed glad to beat a retreat, while the gull received a nasty wound in its breast from the heron's vicious bill thrusts. It may be that these feelings and actions of opposite characters are referable to accidents and emergencies, arising from jealousy and rivalry, probably due to aggression and resentment, while sometimes fears for the safety of their young make birds quarrelsome. One August morning in 1895, I saw a rare to-do between a swarm of swallows and a kestrel, the latter having been caught hanging around one of the mills as likely as not in search of field mice on the marsh, although it is just probable that some weakling swallow had attracted its attention. The redbreast is quarrelsome enough in winter, and particularly objects to intrusions on his territories, driving away with vigorous assault any newcomer where food is scattered for him. I once placed 4 in a cage, but would not repeat the experiment. On the following morning one lay dead on the floor of the cage. Another lay there next day, and yet another on the following morning. The victor seemed quite proud of his conquests, and I let him go. The pursuit and robbing of gulls by skuas can hardly come under the heading of discord, for it is a recognised part of their natural economy. Too lazy or too incompetent to engage in honest fishing, the skuas impose a kind of avian income tax with a persistency and vigour that suggest a power to fish for themselves if they chose to do so. Curlew Sandpiper and Godwit. In the autumn of 1898 I saw a poor little curlew sandpiper running about on the mudflats, one of its wings having been badly damaged by a gunshot. After a rather exciting chase over the mudflats, I secured the bird, bound up its wing and placed it in an empty rabbit hutch. Next morning I found it extremely hungry, and quite ready to consume a number of woodlice, Ornithologus, and small worms I hunted up for it. In less than a week it readily picked food from my fingers, and the wing had fairly well healed. A bar-tailed godwit, quite uninjured, was brought me about the same time, and the two were removed to more commodious premises, where they lived most amicably for some time. The godwit was fond of a big lob-worm, and it was entertaining to watch it set its foot upon a worm too big to swallow whole, break it in halves by a dexterous wrench of its bill, and bolt one half forthwith. The bird was exceedingly dexterous with its foot, using it in a particularly hand-like manner, both in keeping the worm from moving out of reach and in assisting the writhing creature down into its gullet. I never before saw a wader make such a use of its foot. Worms, small pieces of suet pudding, woodlice and cockles were readily eaten, as well as shrimps and other crustaceans. The curlew sandpiper proved very adept at catching flies, and would stand on one leg, apparently dozing, but all the while alert to see or hear the passing of an insect. Did a fly alight within 18 inches of it, it stood very little chance of escape from the dexterous creature, and those coming within 6 inches were snapped up without more ado than a deft turn of the neck, and maybe the dropping of the resting leg. I thought this partiality to insects an interesting fact. The Godwit drew a line at flies. An early migration. A most remarkable movement of birds, waders in particular, took place during the last week of August 1905. The following extracts from a letter I wrote to the county paper will give an idea of this strange incident. Babel in the midnight sky. Sir, anyone abroad on Friday night last in Yarmouth or Norwich must certainly have noticed and probably have been interested in the strange babel of bird cries that came and went as the bewildered birds wheeled to and fro above head. The reason of this delightful hubbub was simple enough, and whereas in times gone by the old folks, sagely wagging their heads, whispered of troubled spirits, the boys and girls of to-day know sufficient about birds and their ways to tell you they were birds on their midnight journeyings, calling to each other so as to keep in touch with their fellows in the dark. The noisiest proceedings, however, took place when most young folks should be abed, or they even might have wondered. I was in Norwich up till 10 o'clock, and from 9 to 10 I was much interested, as well as delighted, listening with a friend in his backyard in St. Giles, and pitting my knowledge of bird cries against his, and straining our eyes to their utmost in endeavouring to pierce the darkness, hoping to see some of the nearer approaching flocks reflected against the light that glared upwards into the night. Of course, we knew that these early migrants had been held up, fascinated perhaps, bewildered more likely by the glare of the lights, and held spellbound, to be released in the morning when light returned. Most of these were undoubtedly young birds, as the earliest travellers mostly are, the younger broods of waders going southward before their elders, instinctively knowing their never before travelled road. I knew most were youngsters by their notes that were pitched slightly out of the key their elders pipe in. Among the birds above head at Norwich were redshanks by scores, grey plovers, probably in hundreds, a few ringed plovers, here and there a lapwing, and once a sanderling. Other notes, some quite strange to me, were heard. On arriving at Yarmouth at 11, I landed into the thick of the night wailing, especially in the neighbourhood of Breydon. Grey plovers piped in still greater numbers, and goodly flocks of curlews joined in the chorus, numerous dunlins helping. All along homewards I heard the night host yelping as if it had been an October night and the bulk of the migrants were passing. Of course, I associated the south-east wind with this invasion, and wondered why the glass had not fallen lower. I wonder if the other Norfolk towns were visited in this fashion. Probably all of them were. Signed, yours truly, John Knowlittle. Replies to my query were speedily forthcoming, and a note appeared at once as follows. Sir, large flocks of birds passed over North Ham after 10:30 on Friday night, and were crossing for hours. Would they be incoming or outgoing migrants? Signed, J.D. WGC wrote, the arrested migration which John Knowlittle noted at Norwich and Yarmouth on Friday night may possibly have extended for a considerable distance along the East Coast. It was forced on one's notice at Felixstowe, where the night was very rough and the calls of birds over the town were audible for many hours. They did not appear to be passing over in comparative quietude, as is, I believe, usual on migration, but were apparently circling round, dazed by the lights of the streets and seafront. The cries were not easily recognisable by one whose chief natural history experience has been inland, but they were undoubtedly those of waders, while some of the harsher calls seemed to be those of gulls. Mr. J. H. Gurney wrote me on August the 28th, I hear this morning from Cambridge that at that place also numbers of birds were attracted by the lamps on Friday night. So it would appear that this movement was widespread in East Anglia. End of section 22. Section 23 of Wildlife on a Norfolk Estuary by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. East Coast Notes, Chapter 1, Some Bird Notes, Part 5. Pencilled in a book. One of my chief delights in looking over the contents of an old bookstall is to turn over the fly-leaves and to conjure up all sorts of romances from the strange names and stranger remarks often found pencilled in some ancient volume. Old natural history books have a peculiar fascination for me, for I have more than once read interesting comments written in pencil on the margins by an interested reader long laid under the grass, but whose deductions and observations remain fresh and entertaining. I will refer to one book only, an old edition of White's Selborne, which I purchased for a few pence. Among other notes were the following: Swallows and young. It must be borne in mind that the first brood of martins and swallows are led out or driven forth from their nests by the old ones, to make room for the second, and that the second, however early hatched, use the nest, going in and out and resting at nights until the time of migration. Signed, J.B.C. Red-backed shrike. The red-backed shrike is very common in Suffolk, much more so than in Norfolk. I do not believe that it feeds upon small birds, but beetles and insects. The great ash-coloured shrike is the only one of the species capable of destroying small birds. When a youth in 1826, I shot a very fine ash-coloured shrike upon the Great Friars Thorn Farm at Swaffham. Signed, J.B.C. Goat-sucker. I was once crossing Mr. Last's marshes at Aldborough, after having been flight shooting, and passing some alder trees, a goat-sucker flew from me and quite close round my head, and whilst upon the wing he made his awful jar, by which I was no little startled. Signed, J.B.C. Grey hares. Some years since a white hare was shot near Norwich. I saw it afterwards preserved in the collection of the late Reverend Charles Penrice of Plumstead Hall. In 1849 I saw 2 grey leverets, about a quarter grown. This was at Wesselton, Suffolk, where they informed me grey hares were frequently seen. Signed, J.B.C. Snow bunting. I have often seen the snow bunting at Aldeburgh, but only when the weather has been intensely cold. Signed, J.B.C. Smaller bustard. In 1833, one of the smaller bustards was shot near Norwich, and the person who shot it sold it for a shilling, not knowing what it was. Signed, J.B.C. White thrush. I once saw a thrush perfectly white. This was at Mr. Arms, Hayham, Norwich, who gave a very long price for it, but it sold in London for a much larger sum, namely £11. Signed, J.B.C. There were a number of items of less interest, which I did not think worthwhile copying. Gulls and insects. The black-headed gull is, to my mind, the most fastidious eater of all the Loridae. Marine worms, crustacea, and little fishes stranded in lows he prefers, perhaps, to anything, while floating bread and fragments on the tide are gleaned in times of scarcity. But the vile carrion that delights his larger relatives he does not gratefully fall back on. But insects he always delights to patronise with his attentions, and many of the tipula, staphylina, and diptery which are blown into Breydon are scrupulously gathered. Moths that essay a trip across in the summer evenings are not despised, while bluebottles which have discovered a carcass by its scent are coveted titbits. When commenting on this insectivorous proclivity of Larus ridibundus in the county paper, the following note in reply to my remarks was inserted. Sir, in connection with this correspondence in your paper, I should like to say that the beautiful mayfly, beloved of trout and trout anglers, is one of the gulls' insect victims. I have seen gulls catch them on our own rivers, and on some of the Irish lochs a good rise of mayfly means a grand feast for the gulls. The gulls assemble in flocks on some of the big lakes, and directly the flies begin to flutter to the surface and dance about, down swoop the watchful birds. In this way large numbers of mayflies are devoured, and the sport of the trout angler suffers in consequence. Signed, A.R.M. I feel inclined to add a pronounced question mark to the last line of A.R.M.'s communication, for despite lament, both gulls and anglers get their fair share of sport, especially if the latter be only half as expert as their rivals. Some Woodcock Notes. When I was a lad, the wearing of a number of the axillary feathers of the woodcock in the band of a cap or hat was a sort of sign amongst the shooting fraternity that the wearer had something to be proud of in having shot a bird or birds of this species. One feather denoting one woodcock, and so on. A sportsman nowadays, under ordinary circumstances, would generally be able to show but a very few indeed. Yearly this species seems to be visiting us in decreasing numbers. The woodcock invariably arrives tired out, which is not to be wondered at, considering its bulky form, and on arriving from across seas it alights to rest on the first opportunity that offers. A clump of firs, a tuft of marrams, or a bush offer ample shelter, and in very bare places it is astonishing how easily its plumage harmonises with the surrounding colour. On October the 14th, 1905, I was strolling along the New Road near Breydon when a man in a garden hailed me, saying that he had just put up a woodcock, and pointed out to me an exposed grassy spot just under a low, scrubby bush. The grass was pressed down, and excreta lay on it. The man assured me he had passed and repassed the place several times that day, but had not noticed the stranger hidden there. And there can be no doubt that the cock had dropped in there before daybreak, and had rested itself until the eventide. This habit of lying close has been fatal to several birds, to my certain knowledge. A woodcock which I examined on December the 15th, 1905, weighed 12 ounces, and had a remarkably short bill, barely measuring 2 inches in length. Arrivals were late in the autumn of 1906. The first brought to market appeared on November the 3rd. One had been previously killed on September the 30th. The usual mishaps occurred. I heard of a woodcock being entangled in the bough of a fir tree. A bird in November was seen to fly through one of the streets and make in the direction of the town hall, where it was afterwards seized when asleep on one of the upstairs window sills. 4 were observed to come in from sea at daybreak on the morning of November the 1st, flying low over the water as if wing-weary. A woodcock was flushed from a garden flower bed which overlooks Breydon on July the 2nd, 1905. I picked up the remains of a woodcock at the tide mark on April the 20th, 1906. In all probability this was a migrant victim, overcome by the recent severe easterly gales. Until the autumn of 1906, my heaviest recorded woodcock was 15 ounces, but one taken on board a lightship weighed 16 ounces dead weight when brought ashore. The Great Crested Grebe. It is gratifying to know that this charming bird still breeds regularly with us on the Norfolk Broads, and that even those who seem eager, from privilege, to shoot almost every winged thing, as well as the Broad folk generally, seem proud of its presence there. In August 1906, I was witness to a very pretty display of fish catching by a female grebe, which almost entirely ignored my presence in its domains at a corner of Filby Broad. It is impossible to describe the stately manner of its swimming, or convey an idea of its lightning-like plunges into the depths of the Broad. It seems an intensely living, joyous thing, whose grace of motion is only equalled by its beauty. Accompanying the grebe were 2 or 3 young ones, uttering queer pee-pee cries like so many little ducks. They approached the parent one at a time, as if in turn, to receive the small roach invariably brought to them for food. The old bird would lift her head erect, stretching her neck to the fullest, and, spreading her crest, as if to inspire and excite her progeny, which would flutter up, fussily swimming, almost flatten themselves on the surface as they came within reach of her, and with extreme rapidity snatch the fish that she lowered for their taking. The old male joined the party, and helped in the fun. On the land this species is scarcely so graceful, and always makes a very poor hand at progression. An example which I kept in September 1901 in an aviary shambled along on its breast and abdomen with far less poetry of motion than a seal. But my friend, Mr. J.C. Knights, informs me that on one occasion a great crested grebe came ashore, apparently slightly wounded. He pursued it, when it dashed away from him along the beach, bolt upright, running most nimbly on the tips of its great flat toes. Some time ago, during the period of migration, a great crested grebe struck the vane of Martham church spire as it flew at night, severing its wing. This bird Mr. Knights preserved. Scoter and shellfish. I have before referred to the striking partiality of the common scoter, Edemia nigra, for the radiated trough shell, Mactra stultorum. In my youthful days it was a regular thing for a large contingent of these mussel ducks to put in an appearance in November, north of the Britannia Pier, and remain there all winter. But of late years great changes have been taking place in the roadstead north of the town, and in the coastline, as well as south of Galston, in consequence of the continual wearing away of the sand cliffs. The position of certain sandbanks has also been affected by the stronger currents now obtaining inshore. The patch, too, has vanished, and in my opinion, judging by the scoters deserting that part of the coast, alterations have also taken place in the beds of shellfish that used to lie there, and I think it more than likely that the bay or bight formed between Galston and Corton affords the trough shell and many other marine invertebrates excellent shelter. There the scoters do now most delight to congregate, sure of a plentiful supply of food, and safe from prowling gunners. When strolling to Corton on November the 15th, 1905, I counted nearly 200 scoters, diving and floating, about 150 yards from the shore. A flock of them occasionally puts in an appearance in the Ham. The shrimpers complained of taking quantities of the crossfish in their nets in May and June 1906, when fishing off the north of Yarmouth, and they remarked to me on the disappearance of a considerable bed of horse mussels which existed near the Bell Buoy some little while ago. Empty valves only are now dredged up, the starfishers having, they allege, attacked them in great numbers and killed them all. Probably this is another reason for the scoters changing their feeding grounds. Pochards and poker grass. In my conversations with the oldest men about Breydon, who can remember great changes having taken place, not only with regard to the lessening of certain species, but in the formation of the place, together with alterations in its salinity and its plant life, nearly all of them, there are at most half a score only now living, have referred to a plant which they called poker grass, poker being a local synonym for pochard. I have tried hard to identify this plant, which locally must have become extinct, and have made numerous inquiries respecting it. Mr. Robert Gurney remarks, "I cannot help you about the plant. It sounds rather like Potamogeton pectinatum. I think that is what the pochards feed on at Horsey and Hickling. There are masses of it there." In the September of 1906, I visited Hickling and Horsey Broads and saw considerable patches of it, but it did not satisfy me as to its being the weed described by the old Breydoners. I therefore wrote to the Eastern Daily Press as follows: Sir, when in conversation with one of the worn-out Breydoners, he greatly aroused my interest by referring to a large bed of what he termed poker grass that grew on the flats in the old days, when fresh water obtained there for many days at a stretch, and when, even on the neap tides, at low water, 2 or 3 feet of water covered portions of Breydon that to-day are bare at half tide. It was a plant after the habit of Zostera marina, which grew white flowers above and little white knobs below. It was for these knobs that the large flocks of pochards used to visit Breydon, where, except in the severest winters, they may now be looked upon almost as rarities. I can find nothing of the kind to-day. Signed, John Knowlittle. I received the following replies. Russell Square, London. Dear Mr. Patterson, I am staying here just at present, but I read your letter re Poker Grass in the daily press with much interest. It struck me I might gather some information upon it at the Natural History Museum at South Kensington, so today I went there and showed your letter to Mr. B and Mr. G. The latter is the compiler of the new edition of Babington. They referred to different catalogues, but could find nothing that corresponded to description. I suggested the plant might be Zanichellia palustris, but that these had not white flowers. But there are found little seed vessels closely packed along the stems, which might look tempting to a pochard. This likes both fresh, saline and salt water. At the same time, I have no doubt it is common about Breydon, and would not be likely to have disappeared. Signed, F.L. Norwich. Alton Broad, November 1905. Dear Sir, in response to your request in the daily press, I will roughly give you a little of my experience. You can make what use you like of it. Had you named the man who gave you the information regarding Breydon, I should probably have been able to tell you something of his repute 50 years ago, when the lower run, at the North Wall drain, took one in a gunboat to Rotteneye up to half tide. Fringing the channel was hard mud, getting softer towards the North Wall, and a bottomless swamp reached from Rotteneye to Duffle's Rond. Between the hard and the soft mud grew what you call widgeon grass, but at that time was dubbed goose grass by gunners, known as alva to upholsterers, and I think as zostera to scientists, abounding from the channel to the north bank above Duffle's Rond. Rotteneye also abounded in what we called cabbage, Ulva lactuca, but the poker grass you describe I do not remember. Pochards are distinctly freshwater feeders, and a grass called poker grass abounds on Hayham Sounds and Hickling Broad. Some 30 years ago the Reverend Micklethwaite of Hickling sent me a hamper of it, which I planted in my decoy pond at North Cove, but whether it is there now I know not, but no pochards ever sought it. In 1853 the late Fielding Harmer and myself were on a shooting expedition at Higham, Hickling and Horsey, and we then discovered that large flocks of pochards spent their day in safety on Ramworth Broad, then a decoy in active operation. At dusk they came in a sweeping mass straight onto Hayham Sounds. We could easily have intercepted them and got 2 or 3 as they passed over, but our object was to shoot a pound of shot into the mass the moment they alighted. In this we were unsuccessful, although we stuck to them for a week. So we determined the next year to visit the Sounds in November and give every night to them until we accomplished our object. But we were baffled. We found the exact spot where many of them alighted, but on touching the water they went down like stones after their favourite grass, and came to the surface in detail, and straggled out, rendering a big shot impossible. We then discovered by careful watching that they collected in the morning, sometimes as early as 3 a.m, and took their departure. So we spent night after night in trying to accomplish our object, only to discover that at a given signal they arose from straggling positions, took a sweep round until they got together, and then made off. Baffled in this, we sailed down to Breydon to find out what we could of the habits of the fowl thereon during the night, and lay moored in the old Hornet for some 3 weeks at Lamb's Rond. This sounds funny now, but at that time you could sail right across Breydon at half tide above the cross stake, and getting over a ridge near the channel found deeper water. And you could mostly reach the channel by Bessie's Drain, which was stopped by the old Hulk Agnes, but always by Duffel's Drain, which at that time was, at extreme low water, only 200 or 300 yards long when it opened into deep water. I note it now reaches from Dan Banham's mill to Stake 14, nearly a mile, and is deep and wide even at low water. During our visit we learned much of the habits of widgeon and mallard, also something of the waders and herons, but never a pochard ever came in to feed, although straggling parcels dropped in from time to time for prospecting. Therefore, I fancy you will find that poker grass never existed on Breydon, certainly not at Rotten Eye, and if at all, at the back of the Dickey Works would be the most likely, as fresh water prevails there more than anywhere on Breydon, whereas Rotten Eye is, or rather was, the spot for salt water, straight up the lower run and wall drain. I went on a gunning expedition one winter with the late Fielding Harmer, and another with the late F. Palmer, and my experience as to pochards and poker grass, also widgeon grass, was practically the same as on Breydon or the Scottish Firths. There the widgeon feed on the banks, where a foot or more of mud over the hard sand and rocks is conducive to its growth, pulling up vast quantities at low water, which floated and was fed on by hordes of Brent geese, which came in from sea every morning after sunrise and departed before dark, after which they never showed up except when violent storms were near to hand or had passed, or hard frosts had upset their daily habits, but widgeon feed night or day at the time. I am informed that dotterel have become exceedingly scarce, in consequence of certain of their feathers being in great demand for fly fishing. This September, in the centre of Norway, on the top of a flattish mountain about 3,000 feet high, where there was only short moss and occasional bogs, I find a few had been breeding, also golden plovers. This rather surpassed me. Signed, W.S.E. Duck Shooting Notes. Some years ago I had the good fortune to visit a rather eccentric individual at Haddiscoe. in whose grounds a small artificial lake had been constructed and planted round with a strikingly varied plantation of carniferae, including some of the rarest of the firs. If I remember rightly, the lake was not much more than half an acre in extent, but the quietude of the spot and its proximity to a fairly good duck country made this snug retreat very attractive at times to small flocks of ducks. I subsequently received a note from Mr. P, since deceased, which I think of sufficient interest to reproduce here, and I am strongly of opinion that many gentlemen of means, who have the same conveniences, might harbour on their estates these desirable fowl, while a judicious taming and pinioning of mallard or decoy ducks would add to these attractions. Mr. P wrote, "Dear Sir, I have an account of numbers of ducks shot each year, going back 10 or 11 years. This year, 1897, I have not fired at a wild duck, and last year only shot 2. My shooting record was carried out under strict sportsman's rules, that is, birds shot at singly on the wing, no shot allowed at a number sitting together on the water. Only sitting shots allowed when fowl darted down, and it would be next to impossible to get them on the wing, and I always studied not to remain too late, but to pick up birds and get away before being quite dark, so that some fowl might settle down quietly after leaving, as shooting late there is danger in breaking their hold and frightening all fowl away, and thus lose the lead. Moreover, as a rule, I never began to shoot until fowl had got a good hold and when fowl came well. I could seldom shoot more than 5 nights in a fortnight. My account showing each sportsman by year as follows: 1883, AP, 40 shots flying, 19 ducks. EP, 4 shots flying, 2 ducks. Both, sitting, 12 ducks. Total, 33 ducks. 1884, AP, 81 shots flying, 37 ducks. EP, 31 shots flying, 11 ducks. Both, sitting, 29 ducks. Total, 77 ducks. 1885, AP, 64 shots flying, 33 ducks. EP, 6 shots flying, no ducks. Long, 6 shots flying, 4 ducks. All 3, sitting, 14 ducks. Total, 51 ducks. 1886, AP, 19 shots flying, 10 ducks. EP, 3 shots flying, 1 duck. Sayer, 2 shots flying, 1 duck. All 3 sitting, 6 ducks. Total, 18 ducks. 1887, AP, 58 shots flying, 28 ducks. Sayer, 50 shots flying, 26 ducks. Long, 41 shots flying, 24 ducks. EP, 6 shots flying, 1 duck. All 4, sitting, 17 ducks. Total, 96 ducks. The year 1887 was by far the best year, the next being... Arthur Patterson notes, unfortunately the remaining portion of the letter is missing. In December 1899 I received a short note from Mr. P, who complained that Only a very few wild ducks came to my pond the last 2 years. 1893 to February 1894, 33 were shot. 1895, 1896 to February 1897, only 11 or 12, and not any after this time. Some were seen about a week ago flying close over the water, but they did not come down. Signed, yours truly, A.J.P. End of section 23. Section 24 of Wildlife on a Norfolk Estuary by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. East Coast Notes, Chapter 1, Some Bird Notes, Part 6. An Old Poacher's Yarn. If all the good things seen by naturalists were made a note of, and could be preserved and given to the public, what a vast addition to the store of general knowledge would accrue. The same may be said with regard to those whose occupations and hobbies bring them into contact with wildlife at various seasons of the year. However ignorant and unobservant a man may be, strange things and happenings must appeal to him from time to time, and as a rule those who spend much of their time in the open and the wild are men of keen observation. Only get into the confidence of such men, and they will astonish you by their knowledge of nature's ways, and by their store of anecdotes. More is the pity that so much rich field lore dies with them. My chats with old Breydoners, as my small volumes will bear testimony to, show at once what, even in my own little sphere, would have been lost but for the little trouble I have taken from time to time in jotting down the narratives. Every naturalist, I boldly assert, should feel it his duty as well as a pleasure to place such interesting facts as he may meet with, at least in black and white, in his notebooks. It may be urged that when these men spin yarns, they interweave with them much that is fabulous. That depends upon whom they yarn to. To a man who they feel is an honest one, they will keep within the confines of truth. If they imagine a man knows as much as they do, they will respect him and not try to astonish him. I make these remarks because I feel assured there is much native lore irretrievably lost with the demise of every gamekeeper, birdcatcher, mole snarer, wildfowler and poacher, the last named being not the least interesting, shrewd or observant. At his feet I would sooner sit at any hour of the day or night and listen to his experiences and deductions, than at the knee of his deadly rival, the more prosaic and matter-of-fact gamekeeper. The naturalist would do well to make friends of these outdoor rovers all, for there is always something to learn from, and usually much to interest and amuse in their tales and gossips. I do not profess to find anything exceptional in my old poacher friend's yarn, for I only happened with him casually in a little country town inn, where he, toned down by the Salvation Army methods to a fairly honourable, only a half pint occasionally, and law-abiding under the circumstances sort of man, acted as ostler, boots, footman, shopman, and general factotum. I was staying at A in March 1906, having just recovered from a severe illness. A is as dull and sleepy a little place as a Canadian backwoods village, and the only excitement I could find was in dropping into the inn parlour for an hour or so each day to gossip with the natives, and I a lifelong abstainer too. I had one or two interesting gossips with this Salvation Army poacher. Once, when tending sheep, he was suspicioned by a keeper who palled up to him on the road going home. There was a fine cock pheasant strutting about in the road. "Look here," said the keeper, "if you hit that old pheasant with a stone, you may have him." Now, if I hadn't a been a bit of a fool, I should ha' hulled awkward like, for I could chuck a stone about as straight as most folk, and nearly hit that old pheasant in the head. And he warn't the fast as I tried at. B wished he'd gone wider of the mark, for the keeper ever after kept a sharp eye on him, although, as it happened, he was more than a match in cunning for velveteens. That the average poacher is a keen reader of men, resourceful, tactful, and learns marvellous self-restraint, goes almost without saying. One day B hit the road and ran foul of the village policeman, whom he accosted in a pleasant and perfectly easy manner, and the two walked together to the village in friendly converse. "He little thought, 'bor," said B, "I'd got a long tail crammed into each pocket." Speaking in the third person, he told me how two of 'em were out poaching one night when they were disturbed by the keeper and the police and had to run for it. Finding themselves uncomfortably hemmed in, they made for a neglected pit of water, reedy and weed surrounded, and quietly dropped into it, submerging themselves, all but their faces, having made for an overhanging clump of brambles, into which they thrust up their heads. The keepers, although they declared they saw the poachers come that way, hunted long and carefully, and at length, mightily chagrined, gave up the chase. He tersely ended the narrative by remarking, "One man took a bad chill and died. The other didn't." Various dodges to outwit keepers and police practised by poachers single-handed, and by those who "did the thing" more largely and scientifically, were detailed. The bumbling of wheels with sacks, and encasing the pony's feet with others to deaden sound and confuse footprints and cart tracks. The decoying of keepers onto the wrong scents, and various other methods which form part of the poacher's creed, were all exceedingly interesting to listen to, even if they did not tend to edification. Passing a certain mansion, my friend remarked, pointing thither, "Yow see that house? Well, old C lived there. He hated poachers like the and dogs like poison, and could hardly sleep o' nights for thinking of his precious game. No one dost bring a dog through the village but he must go arter 'em, no matter who they was, and ax no into questions what didn't consarn him. Be careful, that's all, he'd say, and watch 'em go away. He was doused hard on poachers when they come up afore him, and gave 'em all the Lord allow, and more if he dust. Two poachers owed him a grudge, one of 'em especially. So one night they must go and make a reg'lar good haul, and they wanted him to know it, but it weren't safe hardly a course to write him aforehand. So afore they quits the grounds, they goes and sits for a rest on his doorstep. Hardly worth wasting time, axes J. Dunno. Why? Axes the other. S'pose we get a couple or three ready for tomorrow's dinner, says he, taking 3 or 4 out of the sack. Now, plucking a long tail ain't particular hard work, nor yet a very noisy job. So they just plucks the 2 brass and spreads the feathers nicely round the doorsteppin' for Squire C's special edification next morning. How did he take it? I asked, smiling. Well, bor, said he, don't axt. There was a pretty hell to do, I can tell you. He was just lost for words. It is hardly necessary to narrate anything more desperate, but if I have made it plain to my reader that it is worthwhile to collect information from such hardy and interesting sons of nature, I have said sufficient. Suffolk terns and fishers. A ternary exists near Aldborough on the shingly beach at Orford, a locality far less accessible, but equally suited to the nesting habits of the common tern and the little tern, as the marshes near Blakeney and Cley and Wells. I attempted to pay this spot a visit in 1896, but from sheer leg weariness gave it up after trudging 4 miles through yielding shingle, and finding that there were at least 4 more to traverse before the spot could be reached. I saw terns in the distance and noted the great similarity of the wind-polished stones, which were covered with the hypothallus of Lecidea petrea, to those seen at Wells. Amongst these, the eggs of terns and ringed plovers would be distinguished only with difficulty by an unpractised eye. I certainly expected to see far more birds than I did. A falling off in the "take" of smelts in the summer of 1906 was stupidly laid to the blame of the Orford terns. The ignorant fishermen, whose honesty I much doubted, made complaint to the local authorities, and things began to look very black for the birds. In the Angler's News of September the 1st appeared the following paragraph. Seabirds and smelt. Since the Suffolk County Council has forbidden the taking of the common tern or its eggs, smelt fishing on the Old has been practically ruined. After a conference with the fishermen, Mr. R. L. Everett, MP, is taking the matter up with a view to the removal of the restriction. Protests were made against this projected slaughter, and the following letter, which was printed in the Norwich Mercury of November the 14th, is worthy of a place here. Terns in East Suffolk. At a meeting of the General Purposes Committee of the East Suffolk County Council on Tuesday, the following letter, addressed to Lord Rendlesham by Mr. G. P. Hope, was read. As a landowner in East Suffolk, I trust I may be allowed to protest against the assigned reason, as reported in the London papers, for rescinding the order protecting terns' eggs by the East Suffolk County Council. I know as a fact the statement that there are 40,000 terns breeding on the Suffolk coast is a gross exaggeration. The highest estimate of terns on the Orford beach is 2,000. I put it less than half that number. I spent 3 weeks during the breeding season, chiefly up the river and on the North Wear, watching terns and photographing theirs and other nests. At the end, near Shingle Street, there were about 30 nests, and at the lighthouse end there could not have been more than 3 times that number. The last time I really looked for nests was 19 years ago, and I was struck by the marked reduction in the number of nests and of birds, while if you go another 20 years back, the decrease is very much more evident. The food of the terns consists of shrimps and other small crustaceans, small fish, chiefly the young of garfish or garbills, sand eels, young herrings, etc. Many of them will even take dragonflies and water beetles. Possibly they may get a few smelts, but as the female smelt is calculated to produce 36,000 young, the damage done is not appreciable. I found 5 different kinds of terns, sandwich, arctic, common and little tern, and saw 2 white-winged black terns. There were no black terns this year. Some of these, including the majority of the little terns, were feeding in the pools on the edge of the marshes, where it is unlikely they would find smelts. When the terns were more numerous, there were many more smelts, and it is just as sensible to say that the terns have affected the smelt fishery as to say that they have driven the lobsters from the East Coast or the mackerel from the Cornish coast, because they are scarce this year. Several people used to make a good thing out of terns' eggs, taking them and selling them for plovers' eggs, and one is driven to the conclusion that there are other fish to fry than smelts. I trust it is not too late for the County Council to reconsider their verdict, and to allow the order to remain in force for another year, when I hope it is possible something may be done to allow the owner of the property to protect eggs on his own land. If people are allowed to take terns' eggs, it follows they will not stop there, but take other wild birds' eggs, such as redshanks, ringed dotterel, rock pipit, wheatears, etc. In fact, every bird nesting on the shingle. P.S. I may mention the breeding of the birds was very much affected by the cold winds and sharp frosts in June. It is possible the inclement weather may also have affected the fish. A large number of terns have now left the breeding ground and the neighbourhood. The committee decided to embrace the letter in their report to the council. I have no hesitation in suggesting that climatic and tidal influences were more accountable for the scarcity of smelts at their proper season. With quite as much justice might the fishermen complain that the terns were responsible for the early failure of the sprat fishery, for sprats up till November the 6th had not yet put in an appearance, nor had I seen a Suffolk sprat up till that date at Yarmouth, an unprecedented thing in my experience. On November the 24th, the following appeared in the Norwich Mercury. The East Coast Sprat Fishing. The sprat fishing on the East Coast is a failure, for reasons that no one appears able to fathom. Aldborough, the head of the industry, holds a yearly municipal feast, but it is doubtful whether this commemorative banquet can be held. One compensation is, however, found in the fact that the herrings have come further south, and the Aldborough fishermen have managed to recoup themselves. It is suggested that the arrival of the herrings may be responsible for the disappearance of the sprats. On this note, I commented in the Eastern Daily Press of November the 29th as follows. I must confess to experiencing a feeling of deep satisfaction when I read the other day in one of your contemporaries that the sprat fishing on the East Coast is a failure for reasons that no one appears able to fathom, etc. Things looked a little better yesterday and Monday, when a few tubs of sprats put in an appearance on the fish wharf. But it is to be hoped that the more ignorant of the Aldborough fishermen, who laid the fault of the failure of the smelt fishery to the innocent little terns, have now made up their minds that the failure was due to reasons that no one appears able to fathom. I felt mightily indignant when all the hue and cry was raised by these said ignorant fishermen against the terns, and very nearly committed myself to pen and ink over it. But having further thought out the reason of the failure, it occurred to me at the time that the same reasons might affect the migratorial movements of Clupea spratus in like manner. So, notwithstanding the fact that my yearly November fries of luscious sprats this season have been conspicuous by their absence, I am, I honestly admit, delighted to find my hopes realised, to a certain extent, for no prophet, for good or evil, likes to see his prophecies vain. Surely our Aldborough fisher folk, ignorant folk and others, do not lay the absence of sprats to the terns. And for the life of me, I don't see how they could reasonably lay the absence of smelts to the same little birds. I have visited both Southwold and Aldborough, and was struck by the fewness of terns, having been led to believe them much more numerous. I've watched terns, little, black, common and arctic, times and often, and seen the Caspian and the Sandwich terns fishing also, and with the exception of the black terns, never saw them rise with anything else than herring sile, that is, young herrings, locally termed whitebait. I never once saw a smelt between their mandibles. While the terns are with us, myriads of young herrings are usually flashing about near the surface of the sea. Immature smelts of the size they might like are found in our waters in winter time, and large smelts the terns do not and cannot tackle. Let those Aldborough fishermen own up honestly, and say that it was for the sake of the money the birds' skins and wings would fetch from some milliner's agent or agents, and not revenge for the supposed wrongs they inflicted on them. If not honest, be reasonable. I hope my note will fall into the hands of certain of those MPs and others directly or indirectly interested, who may, on second thoughts, form an opinion that it was always best to weigh a matter well, more especially as affects the well-being of other creatures, who have, after all is said and done, as much right to the herrings or smelts even as we have. Further, may I point out that a sprat is a true species, which spawns in March, that young herrings are nothing but young herrings, and that there is no such species as whitebait, which is only a collective name for the young of shads, herrings and sprats, with a sprinkling now and again of blennies, gobies and sticklebacks, according to season and locality. Norfolk whitebait is none other than immature herrings. Further, that sardines are not a true species, but the young of the pilchard, except where dishonesty steps in, and sprats are manufactured into sardines. Finally, not being on the spot, I will not be dogmatic enough to say what I believe to have been the cause of these variations in the usually methodical movements of both smelts and sprats. I have an opinion, and in the many years I have delighted to study fishes and other creatures and their ways, I have always found that effects were preceded by definite causes, except in the case of a man driving a wheelbarrow. But the causes affecting the fishes in question were such as are wholly unpreventable by man. Perhaps someone will venture an opinion before I presume to suggest my own. Yours truly, John Knowlittle, Great Yarmouth. On December the 1st, I received the following interesting letter from an old naturalist friend. He wrote, Alton Broad, November the 29th, 1906. Dear Mr. Patterson, I know nothing about sprats and less about herrings, but an experienced fisherman told me a month or so ago that they would not get the big shoals of herrings in until the temperature of the sea fell to 32 degrees. I believe that the sea temperature during the last 2 months has been abnormally high, and I know that it did not fall to 49 degrees in Lowestoft Harbour until last Sunday. Now, if you confer with our engineer at the ice factory, South Quay, they can show you a record of sea temperatures which, I believe, they have kept since we started ice making. I make this suggestion to you because I believe the periodical migration of fish is more ruled by the temperature of the water than anything else, and that some of the at present unsolved problems on this question will be materially forwarded by records of the variation of sea temperatures, which partly answers the question asked in the daily press. The Baltic emptying its waters and the Gulf Stream striking the land near Bergen make that the most rainy place in Europe, and these waters forming uncertain eddies of hot and cold, I fancy account to a great extent to the uncertain migration of fishes and to their habits also. Signed, yours truly, W.S.E. And on December the 15th, 1906, referring to the proposed interference with the old Breterns, J.G.T. wrote me the following from Bury St Edmunds. There has been an agitation in East Suffolk to remove the prohibition of taking the eggs of the common tern, on the ground that the birds do damage to the smelt fishery, which I consider absolute nonsense. And the real reason, in my opinion, is that people want to gather the eggs. I am told on very good authority that the sandwich tern bred on our Suffolk coast last season. My correspondent assures me he photographed a nest with one egg and had an old bird which had struck the wire. I saw 1 or 2 sandwich terns off Lowestoft, or rather Pakefield, last September, but these would no doubt be birds from the Farne Islands. I should not be surprised to hear of their breeding on the Norfolk coast. Short notes from the diary. Birds. In East Coast Notes, a series of short notes were inserted which, although brief, were thought to be of interest. The following, some of them passed over at the time, have been considered sufficiently entertaining to find a place in the present volume. Others have been jotted down in the notebook more recently. 1900. January. A male teal came into my hands on the 23rd, which was already commencing to change its plumage. Between the eyes and the base of the beak, The feathers had assumed a grey colour, with a few dark spots only showing. February. During the very severe weather of December 1899, the field fares seemed to be in no way inconvenienced, but a sharp spell setting in early this month killed many of them. A number were found dead in St George's Park. March the 28th. Some rooks very busy patrolling a marsh, grubbing out wireworms. They beat over the ground in so regular a manner that little remained unexamined. Manure was thrust aside as adroitly as turnstones toss aside sea wrack in order to see what lay hidden beneath. March the 28th. A large flock of fully 2,000 starlings near the town. It is unusual to see such an assemblage so late in the season. Probably they were late hatched birds of the previous year. Query: did they intend migrating eastwards? I have usually seen them both coming in and going away in small flocks of from 10 to 30. March the 29th. Bunches of starlings passing over the town, high up, in wedge form, going direct east. Probably detachments from the flock of yesterday. May the 5th. I have several times noted the connection there appears to be between the advent of grey plovers and a spell of wind from the south-east. Several grey plovers on Breydon to-day, noisily piping. Wind south-south-west. How will it be tomorrow? May the 6th. Wind suddenly gone round to south-east, curiously coinciding with yesterday's arrival of grey plovers. May the 7th. Wind very puffy tonight, with squalls. May the 16th. 2 shovellers very busy on the zostera, picking Hydrabea alvi off the prostrate stems. Heron having caught a large eel, very much pestered by a pursuing flock of gulls, which harassed it a wing and afloat. Bitter north-east wind. May the 25th. Several grey plovers on Breydon. Wind south-west. Wind changed to north-east next morning, and in afternoon to south-east. July the 5th. 4 dunlins, adults with black breasts. Surely these were birds returning. I have seen young birds here on the 7th of July. As they breed freely in some of the more northern counties of England, this is not, perhaps, remarkable. September the 12th. The landrail has been plentiful in the neighbourhood lately. I saw no less than 8 on a poulterer's stall to-day. Mr. J. H. Gurney wrote me on the 4th that 9 corncrakes were put up in 1 barley field. October the 2nd. I saw a pintail with remarkably rufous-tinted plumage, a coloration due probably to its frequenting water impregnated with oxide of iron. November the 29th. 9 Egyptian geese on Breydon on the 26th. 5 were shot by 1 punt gunner, and 2 subsequently were killed by shoulder guns. Some were very fine unpinioned birds. They were, without a shadow of a doubt, escapes. Their owner had only himself to blame for losing them. 1901. February. Between Yarmouth and Caister, something like 50 dead puffins were found by a gunner named Quinton. Most of them were immature birds, that is, birds of the previous year. May the 1st. Some gulls had been feasting on the fins and other refuse thrown out after some roker (thornback rays) had been cleaned. I noticed that the spiny knobs, white and chalk-like from the processes of digestion, were vomited. I have observed indigestible bones thrown up in the same way by seafowl. June the 26th. Some very young herons feeding on Breydon. This is, I think, the earliest I have ever observed the birds of the year here. September the 22nd. This month has been remarkable by the great number of siskins, pied flycatchers and redstarts occurring in the neighbourhood. October the 12th. Very low tide today. Walked to Ormsby by beach. The cross sand lying off this village was visible for a long distance, and for a mile of its length it was tenanted by an enormous flock of gulls, probably numbering 3,000. This was certainly a rare experience for the gulls. October the 27th. Continuous flights of Norwegian larks coming over. Wind southwest. On this wind most of the migrants came in this year. November the 16th. Wild afternoon. November the 25th. Twice lately have razorbills, wearied out by the rough weather and seas, been taken alive on the beach and brought to me. Do what I would, neither birds could be made to feed, even throwing up again pieces of fish forced down their throats. December the 18th. Coots numerous on Breydon, also several redshanks there, a rather unusual circumstance in winter. 1902. March the 13th. Sparrows are a perfect pest in the St George's Park, having found something very much to their liking in the flowers of the yellow crocuses. Row after row have been destroyed, and the petals bestrew the soil. Next to the yellow, the white is favoured with their attentions. The purple variety they let pretty well alone. May the 12th. With the old gunners there was a saying, 12th of May, Godwit Day. Gave some time to Breydon today, but not a single godwit rewarded my search. Tempora mutantur, nos et mutamur in illis. June the 2nd. 3 turnstones, exceedingly late birds on Breydon. A still later oyster-catcher there on June the 20th. June the 30th. Considerable number of greater black-backed gulls on Breydon. Been here some days, and will no doubt remain all summer. They are, without question, non-breeders. October the 30th. During the past week, several shore larks have been taken by bird catchers. 1903. May the 6th. 2 large flocks of ringed plovers on the mudflats. One contained fully 200 birds, the other 300. I was so interested watching them that a tremendous downfall of rain overtook me and forced me to row for shelter, which, fortunately, was not far to seek. July the 6th. Thrushes and blackbirds this season have built in several town gardens and made themselves very much at home. I saw a blackbird's nest built in a flower pot, a most unusual procedure. The pot had fallen off a bedroom windowsill and lodged in the fork of an apple tree. 3 young birds, becoming well feathered, and more than comfortably filling the rather small nest, paid very little heed to my intrusion, having become fairly confident with my friends' children, who daily came to see them. July the 18th. The Yarmouth rook is a depraved creature. He delights in carrion, and seeks it from choice when cleaner food might be obtained. I saw this evening the ribs of a deceased dog, bare and clean picked, sticking out of a hole in a sack, which had been the poor animal's shroud. The rooks had just vacated their foul meal as I rode up to see the joint on which they were feasting. Query: did they find this unclean thing by its scent, or were they so familiar with bags containing carrion that they knew what to find inside as soon as a hole had been torn? 1904. January the 9th. On this date a paragraph appeared in the Field relative to an avocet shot by a Yarmouth gentleman at Aldborough, a few miles south of this town. It is a most exceptional circumstance to find an avocet on the East Coast in winter. The bird has been preserved and is now in the town. July the 31st. Several kestrels flying about Breydon walls. One young bird, screaming noisily, made a dash at a meadow pipit, when, just as he was within a very short distance of it, a swallow made a feint at him, baffling him, on which he dashed at the hirundine, which was, however, too quick for him. September the 24th. A Lapland bunting, Calcareus laponicus, taken by a birdcatcher on the North Denes. 1905. April the 26th. 9 land dotterel seen on the North Denes. May the 27th. The barn owl is a migratory species. I have seen it in autumn come in straight from sea in the daytime. In spring, the species very rarely shows itself in the day. One, however, was observed yesterday flying across St. George's Park, when a swallow dashed at it and considerably upset it. The owl made a stoop at the swallow, which easily enough dodged it, but it continued to harass the owl until it had passed beyond its territory, when the unlucky bird of night was allowed to proceed on its way without further molestation. May the 31st. A water rail, in all probability migrating, struck some telegraph wires in the town and fell into a yard and was found by a cat, from which it was taken sadly mutilated by wire and claw. June the 15th. A nest of the ringed plover was discovered on the south beach, the eggs being hard set. 2 days after, the spot was visited, but the nest hole was empty. Mr. B. Dye, who used closely to watch the habits of nesting ring plovers, states that the earliest nest discovered was on April the 19th. The earliest hatching was noted on June the 1st. June the 24th. A flock of about 150 young starlings congregated on the marshes. A remarkably early bunching of this species. July the 6th. About 60 jackdaws, young and old, searching for grubs on a Bureside marsh. Most of these were locally bred birds, at least a score having been hatched in the parish church steeple. September the 28th. After continuous east winds, I went to the harbour mouth, thinking that in all probability some unfortunate rock birds might have been washed ashore. I saw one wary red-throated diver, at which some boys were throwing stones, swimming in a muddled fashion just outside the breakers, and found one dead razorbill and one guillemot among the debris of the tide mark. I also found a Manx shearwater near the breakwater, but it was in too bedraggled a condition for preservation. It is rare here. October the 7th. Saw a young guillemot deliberately robbing the hooks of the sea anglers at the Galston breakwater. He tackled one hook too many, and greatly to his surprise was landed on the platform. October the 14th. Saw the first snow bunting of the season on Breydon walls, feeding on the down-covered seeds of the Michaelmas daisy, Aster tripolium. As it sprang up on my approach, 2 swallows darted at it, an incident which seemed to suggest dislike to the harbinger of approaching winter. As I walked home by the Acle road, I passed a yellow wagtail, a rather late stayer. November the 15th. There seems to have been a very pronounced movement of green woodpeckers. They have been plentiful of late. They are usually more in evidence here in November than at any other period of the year. November the 16th. A male bearded tit was shot at St Olave's, where, with a companion, evidently a female, it was unexpectedly met with in a clump of reeds. This looks like a return visit to an old-time haunt of the species. November the 18th. Wild birds frequently live to a great age in captivity. A friend assures me that a linnet of his acquaintance has been caged 18 years. 1906. January the 27th. A flock of snow buntings feeding on the rain-soaked seeds of the Chenopodium album growing on top the walls near my houseboat. February the 7th. Some stacks of hay have been overhauled on the Southtown marshes, much to the delight of bramblings, which have visited the spot in some numbers for the sake of the numerous seeds of weeds exposed to view. February the 23rd. Saw a concourse of hooded crows on the south beach. I found their centre of attraction was the carcass of a dead terrier dog. The eyes had been extracted, and the tongue, the daintiest portions, and the fur was stripped off one side, as clean as feathers off a plucked chicken. March the 31st. A movement of water rails has taken place. One brought to me that had been picked up exhausted out of the river. Another was recently killed on the North Denes by striking a telegraph wire. May the 12th. Went for my usual 12th of May Breydon tour, but did not meet with or hear of a solitary Godwit. July the 9th. Yellow wagtails abundant on some ling-clad hills high above the St Olave's marshes. Insects were extremely numerous, but not more so perhaps than on the lowlands. It occurred to me that this wagtail may be locally changing its habitat, for it is by no means so numerous as formerly on the marshes around Yarmouth. July the 14th. Saw the crane at Lowndes, which was shot after 2 or 3 days' solitary ramble on the Caister sand dunes in May. What forbearance and self-restraint local gunners must have exercised to allow it to remain unmolested so long, even as that. October the 10th. Extraordinary numbers of larks arrived today, coming in just before and until after day dawn. October the 27th. The first lot of snow buntings frequenting the South Denes. November the 5th. A skewer very busy chasing the gulls off Galston Pier. Species undeterminable, probably a Richardson's. November the 21st. Very unsettled weather, probably a gale northward. Yesterday, lapwings pouring in wing-weary flocks, seemingly scarcely able to land. With them came over wood pigeons, larks, fieldfares, etc. End of section 24. Section 25 of Wildlife on a Norfolk Estuary by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. East Coast Notes, Chapter 2, Some Fish Notes, Part 1. The Three-Spined Stickleback. The three-spined stickleback, Gasterosteus aculeatus, is a sprightly, pugnacious and sturdy little fellow, game every inch of him, more especially in the early summer months, when he is dressed in his nuptial attire of blue, yellow and red, and when those amiable and intense feelings, as Couch aptly terms them, are stirred into exercise, and the cares of a family devolve upon him. What fun then it is, as one lies sprawled on the grassy margin of a ditch, watching him darting hither and thither in the neighbourhood of his precious nest, now driving from its vicinity with spines erect and rigid and glaring eyes those whom he deems intruders on his domains, and now returning hurriedly to inspect his premises in order to satisfy himself that nothing has happened while his back was turned. And yet it is just at this period that the human urchin, elate with spring's invigorating impulses, most mercilessly pursues and persecutes him, dragging broken baskets, hung on many knotted pieces of twine, right through his domains, like so many devastating trawl nets, and bringing him kicking and protesting to the bank, with the tangled and bedraggled debris of his hopes and ambitions heaped around him. Your urchin scarcely gives it a thought that Master Redbreast's existence was designed otherwise than to be subservient to his whims and fancies. And with what eagerness does he, after the wild drag and upheaval of the weed-clogged trawl, pounce on the silvery little kicker and drop him, not perhaps without a pricked finger, into the big-mouthed pickle bottle that was clandestinely lifted from the cupboard shelf at home. The stickleback does not tamely submit to close imprisonment with a host of fellow unfortunates without protest, for he makes his nose sore by many a dash at his prison walls, and he has many a desperate fight with his companions before, smarting and exhausted, he sulkily submits to the situation and resolves to make the best of circumstances. It is not long ere most of the little victims perish miserably of sour breadcrumbs and asphyxiation, the survivors dropping out one by one, until the sturdiest and most vicious of them all is left in solitary state. His prison life is never of long duration, and the boy comes down some morning to see his pet, a white, rigid, erect-spined corpse standing on its head. Most of the marsh ditches around Yarmouth abound with sticklebacks, save where small and stunted pike eke out a precarious livelihood. You will seldom find the stickleback there, for Esox lucius has eaten up every one of them, and now depends chiefly on hapless little frogs, which, unaware of its presence, plunge into the ditch for a swim bath. In clear, clean ditches the stickleback thrives and becomes numerous. Even in the shallowest droves may be seen darting away as one's shadow falls on the water. But there are certain ditches on the allotments north of the Destructor, between Yarmouth and Caister, where every captured stickleback is found to be covered with fungoid growths, and in many cases infested with parasites. Early in August 1906, I met a lad coming from the allotment ditches with a pickle bottle full of sticklebacks, and knowing that most, if not every fish, would be affected by parasitic spots, I examined them and found my surmise correct. I begged a couple off him, and placing them in a tube of formalin which I carried, I eventually sent them, with other specimens, to Mr. Robert Gurney of Ingham Hall, Stalham, who replied, "I am returning your beasts. The most interesting of them is the stickleback. I found the Thersites gasterostae for the first time this year, and thought myself only the second finder in these islands. But I never saw such a crop of them as you have there. I think it is probably quite common if looked for. It is only found under the opercula of fishes. The black spots, that gave the fish a leopard-like appearance, have nothing whatever to do with it, and are probably due to sporozoa, or fungi. I found the Thersites in the Muck Fleet, a very dirty stretch of water in the Broads, and the Yare this year. The stickleback seems quite at home in water absolutely fresh, brackish, or salt, although he does not enter the last named from choice. He has a habit of congregating at the entrances of the sluice gates, which are now and again opened to allow of surplus water running into the rivers. There is much food usually gathered there, and when the gates are lifted, he is carried downstream with the current. This does not greatly inconvenience him, and I have not infrequently observed shoals on the riverward side of the iron sluice gates, as if waiting a chance to return. But this does not happen. Many are carried down into the sea, and are probably soon devoured by various marine fishes. I have seen the stickleback drawn ashore with young herrings and kicking about among the seaweeds. In May 1906, my small son John brought home some sticklebacks. An example, 3 parts grown, I allowed to remain 2 days in fresh water. I then took him out and placed him in a tank of sea water, in which were 2 whelks, an anemone, and 2 Risso's crabs, Xantho rivulosa, taken from the deep water. He lived here apparently comfortably enough for 5 days, without the slightest sign of irritation or inconvenience. Then I fished him out again and deposited him in an aquarium with 3 small carp for companions. Here he was quite happy and kept them company for some days after, when, if I remember rightly, I gave him his liberty for his good behaviour. Dogfishers versus herrings. The following entry in my notebook is dated October 20th, 1906. Walked to the harbour mouth this afternoon to see what the wind of a day or two previous might have caused to be washed ashore. I found thousands of herrings thrown up by the tide and spread in a decaying line at least 3 miles in length. It may be well to mention that a westerly wind causes jetsam to come ashore, whereas an easterly wind drives to the beach such objects as float. I noticed that 9 out of every 10 herrings showed bites from dogfishers, packs of which destructive fishes play great havoc with the herrings fast in the net, as well as those swimming in shoals. The dogfish always bites out pieces very like a Brazil nut, both in size and shape. Now and again the spiny beast himself becomes entangled in the meshes of the net and is drowned, or knocked on the head by the fishermen as they clear the incoming nets. Stranded fish. One of the delights of the seashore to me is the ever likely chance of finding queer or interesting creatures thrown ashore by the waves. The little heaps of seaweed shot out of the beachman's draw net, although, correctly speaking, pitched there by accident, afford one much entertainment in sorting over the small and the juvenile fishes kicking about amongst them, but do not conduce to speculation and deduction as to the relationship of effects with causes. The finding and the condition of the great number of dead herrings already referred to were accidental. I do not think they would have been there but for the onslaughts of the dogfishers, and the drawing in tendencies of the undercurrent attendant on a westerly wind. An easterly wind, flinging up big breakers, always pulls out jetsam, but drives floating objects ashore. Occasionally fishes are thrown ashore in quite an unexpected manner, and certain fishes seem more liable to this kind of accident than others. The opar is one of these. A deep-bodied, heavy fish with a comparative insufficiency of fin power, it has been notorious by its proneness, when muddled amongst sandbanks and adverse currents, to end its career on the seashore. One of the first I ever saw was stranded at Caister in October 1891 after a storm. It weighed 51 pounds, was preserved for a local fish merchant, and has recently been placed in the Tollhouse Museum. Unfortunately, it seems impossible to reproduce the magnificent coloration of the living or freshly dead fish, but the preserver has at least made it passably realistic. This is the 4th specimen, to my knowledge, obtained in the locality, and all of them landed against their will. The same remarks apply to the Ray's bream, Sparus niger, a deep, bream-like fish which, when unwittingly wandering amongst the numerous sandbanks, shares the same untimely fate. Centrolophus pompilus, the blackfish, of which only one specimen is recorded for Norfolk, introduced himself in like manner. I have occasionally seen very immature bass left on the sands by the retreating tide, and could only account for their presence by their having strayed too closely inshore and been drawn in by the undercurrent. Congers, though not nearly so frequently of late years, were at one time often found on the beach during continuous easterly gales, when a severe frost had obtained. Their bladders becoming distended by the severity of the cold, they found themselves incapable of sinking, and so were thrown from billow to billow until landed on the sands. It was a custom in sharp weather for certain perambulators of the beach, old men generally, to take a sack with them in which to drop their finds, and more especially with a hope of falling in with conger eels. A fair-sized whiting surprised a friend on one occasion by flinging itself onto the beach in front of him, as did quite recently a large squid, Loligo vulgaris. In both instances, I feel certain they were fleeing from pursuing codfishers, who are not averse to silvery whiting or the luscious tentacle of a savoury cuttle. In the latter instance, my friend touched the squid with his walking stick, when it vomited its ink, making a peculiar gurgling noise. He flung the creature in again, and saw no more of it. I have seen the squid come ashore in a similar manner, and heard that curious vomiting sound as it stained the sand all round it. Occasionally a round fish is found that undoubtedly owed its demise to an unfortunate adventure with a sea angler's hooks. After an exhausting struggle, it had dropped or torn itself off to be thrown up by the waves, ere returning strength had enabled it to hold its own, or it had succumbed to its injuries. In the old leisurely days of the herring fishery, when little masters had an innings and steam had not come to the fishing fleet to encourage the greed of company mongers, the fishermen had more leisure, being dependent on winds and tides. On breezeless days the boys, finding time hang heavily on their hands, would get what fun they could from bird and fish, sometimes by hooking and in other ways catching the former, at other times by tormenting the latter. The dogfish, hated for its shark-like ways and appearance, was badly treated. Sometimes the living fish would be turned adrift with corks attached to its tail, so as to be unable to sink again or to control its movements. Often it would be disembowelled and flung overboard to perish miserably, while the livers would be cut out of the larger ones for the purpose of making into oil. As a lad I often found these wretched fishes dead among the flotsam, with their misplaced floats still attached to their tails. Young herrings. The great spawning time of our East Coast herrings is looked for in the autumn, the full fish insuring to the spawning grounds in October and November. One would naturally suppose that there would be a well-defined gradation in the sizes of young herrings taken from time to time during the year. I make no comment, but simply state that I have taken or found immature herrings exactly 3 inches in length in the following months: April, May, June, July, August, September, October and November. Twait shad. Unusual numbers of the twait shad, Clupea finta, were taken in the herring nets during the autumnal fishing of 1906. They were about the size of the herrings, and several, to my knowledge, found their way even as far as the riving stage of the herring cure, that is, after being washed and salted, were handled singly by the rivers, who spitted them, or threaded them by the gills on the long sticks or spits, for hanging up the loves for the purpose of being smoked. The twait shad is easily distinguished by the 7, 8 or 9 spots running along each side of it from the Alice shad, Clupea allosa, which has only 1 spot on the edge of either gill cover near the pectoral fins. Mackerel items. I have before referred to the capricious movements of the mackerel, Scomber scomber. Some years ago the East Coast mackerel fishing was one of Yarmouth's important industries, the landing and selling on the beach of the beautiful fish affording an interesting and novel sight. Suddenly the mackerel deserted this neighbourhood, but shortly afterwards it appeared in great numbers off the Cornish coast, whither our enterprising boat owners sent their craft, which for a time were fairly successful. But the 1904 and 1905 voyages were complete failures. Once again, in the spring of 1906, these dandies of the sea revisited in great numbers their old Norfolk haunts, and with characteristic smartness the Yarmouth boats went quickly after them, the fishing being pursued with energy and profit. At the conclusion of the fishing, Mr. J, the master at the fish wharf, kindly allowed me to overhaul his books, which gave me the following facts. Last year, 1905, very few boats were engaged in the pursuit of the mackerel. This year, 1906, however, something like 50 luggers went after them. For May and June the catches totalled 145 lasts. Up to June the 21st, a last of mackerel numbering 12,000, catches amounted to something like 1.75 million of fish. Prices realised as much as 18 shillings and a pound per hundred, the average being about 12 and sixpence. The largest haul of any one boat at one time was a last. One boat earned £250. There were a few trunks of mackerel on the wharf on the 21st which I saw, but it was then remarked that they then didn't catch enough to feed the crews. Strange fishes which we usually expect to find consorting with mackerel this year were few. Surmullets were taken in small numbers, with a few shads, garfish, scribbled mackerel, Scomber scripter, and salmon trout. It is my opinion that the mackerel were pursuing the herring sile, which swarmed our coast this summer. This, coupled with a continuation of easterly breezes, seemed to suit well the hungry, rollicking characteristics of this jolly fish. Mackerel were not caught in such numbers during the herring fishing as in some recent years. The author notes that in 1905 the herring sile was remarkably and unaccountably scarce. The bellows fish. There is in the Toll House Museum a quaint and extremely rare little fish, the bellows fish, Centriscus scolopax, known sometimes as the sea woodcock and the trumpet fish. It is a native of the Mediterranean and is said to be a common species nowhere. It is the merest straggler to the southern coasts of Great Britain, and has, in a very few instances, been cast up on the shore. Day, in British Fishes, cites only some half-dozen instances of its capture, some of which are open to doubt, as he seems to suggest that the boarfish, Capros aper, may have been mistaken for it. An example of the fish in question was landed at Milford Haven in the latter part of April 1904, and sent to me by an unknown friend who evidently knew of my penchant for strange marine creatures. Couch, in British Fishes, gives the ordinary size of the fish as from 4 inches to 5 inches. The present example, measuring 7 1/4 inches in length, must be a fine one. Willoughby is said to have seen examples on sale in the fish market at Rome, but as the fish, minus its beak, can be covered by an ordinary envelope, and is only 3/4 of an inch in thickness at its widest part, it speaks much for the economic and microscopic tastes of the Romans. Nevertheless, its flesh is said to be excellent eating, and people who can dine contentedly on insectivorous birds ought to be good judges of its culinary properties. The bellows fish is undoubtedly a slow swimmer, and probably keeps well to the sea bottom, where it uses the pipe fish-like end of its long stiff beak to gather tiny crustaceans, entomostracea, and other small marine creatures. Its very limited means of progression may account for its restricted wanderings, and its presence in British waters must certainly be due to tidal influences. Briefly described, the body is covered with small, rough scales, the eyes are exceedingly large and the body narrow. The fins are small, and the rays of the first dorsal are ornamented with stout spines, the foremost of which is long and immovable, and is probably used as a weapon of offence, and a formidable one it must be. That such a rarity should have been saved from destruction is exceedingly to the credit of my then unknown correspondent. A Gurnard's quietus. Couch's figure and description of the so-called little Gurnard, Trigla passiloptera, described also under that name by Yarrell and Thomson, gave me some considerable trouble in trying to localise the species, and eventually to satisfy myself as to its non-existence. Couch gave the length of examples examined by him at 1 inch, and Dr. Lowe, who included it as a species in the Norfolk list, referred to a specimen obtained by him while trawling in Lynn Roads in May 1873, length 2 3/4 inches. In June 1890 I obtained from a shrimper a small Gurnard answering to Couch's description. This I forwarded to Mr. T. Southwell with another or two. He replied: Norwich, 5th of June 1890. Dear Sir, the Gurnards you sent me I still think are the young of either Trigla lineata, the streaked Gurnard of Couch, or Trigla hirundo, Couch's tubfish, probably the latter, which both Couch and Yarrell call Trigla passiloptera, regarding it as a distinct species. On this, Day and I think rightly, so far as I can see, does not agree with them. To settle the matter, if possible, I have sent both the fresh and spirit specimen to Dr. Gunther, and asked him his opinion. Will let you know the result. Mr. Southwell kindly sent me Dr. Gunther's reply, which was as follows. The fish are undoubtedly the young of Trigla gurnardus. Hirundo has longer pectoral fins. There is no European species of Trigla of so diminutive a size. This, then, seems to be a satisfactory settlement of the question, and although my shrimper friends persist in telling me they only find these small things, which must be real fish, and do not obtain red Gurnards of intermediate sizes between 3 inches and above a foot, I have to assure them the little Gurnards and big Gurnards are one and the same species. A rare bonito, Scomba thunina. Dear Sir, we have a specimen fish brought to-day, caught locally, of the mackerel species, weight about 7 pounds, fetched rather big price. Call at shop and see me respecting it, either there or market, when I will give you all particulars. It is a handsome specimen. Signed, R. Bezoar, 9th of July, 06. This was the first intimation I received with regard to a fish, which not only afforded myself and several prominent naturalists considerable interest, but led to the addition of a new species to the British list. While the postcard was still in the hands of the postman, I happened to call round at Mr. Beazle's shop and saw the magnificent creature lying in state on the slab in the shop window, interesting a small group of spectators, who ventured many opinions upon it. I at once had the fish photographed by flashlight, hanging it on an easel tail upwards for the better display of its fins, and I then sent it off to a birdstuffer's at Norwich, writing to Mr. T. Southwell asking him to call round there and see it. I also made a pen and ink drawing of the fish as it lay on my table, and forwarded it to the Daily Graphic, erroneously naming it, as I honestly believed it then to be, the plain bonito, Auxis roche, for the nearest approach to it in shape and coloration was the plain bonito in both Day's and Couch's British Fishes. Fortunately, my drawing was more truthful than my identification, and Mr. Southwell at once noticed the extension of the first dorsal fin. The fish was captured a few miles off Yarmouth by the drifter Martha, which was fishing for mackerel, this species having turned up in the local waters this year, 1906, in unusual numbers. Mr. Southwell at first thought it identical with Pellemy's sarda, but certain markings, which were peculiarly distinct when the fish was first taken, caused some hesitation in our minds, although the first dorsal fin very strikingly corresponded with that of sarda. A photograph was submitted to Dr. Gunther, but he could not determine the species from it, and suggested that the absence of dark bands along the lower side and the mottled figures on the back pointed to Auxis. Fortunately, Mr. Southwell, with that desire for exactness and love of correctness so characteristic of him, suggested that the fish should go to the British Museum authorities, so that they might settle the point, and thither it went. On August the 25th, I received the following letter from Mr. Southwell. Dear Patterson, I returned home last night and found your fish, which is none the worse for its journey. Also a letter from Mr. Boulanger to the following effect. The fish is a most interesting addition to the British fauna. Scomba thanina, Cov, or Euthianus alliteratus, Ray. It is a pelagic fish of almost worldwide distribution, which has been several times taken on the coast of Scandinavia, but never on our coast, so far as I am aware, without making a search in the bibliography. I must therefore congratulate you on turning up a fish not only new to Yarmouth, but to Great Britain. If you do not mind, I will send a note to the Field, and you had better record it in the Zoologist. I saw at once that the fish was of a species of which I had no experience, but I have looked up its history in Day's Fishes of India. Mr. Southwell's note appeared in the Field of September the 1st. The first half of it covered the ground I have already dealt with, but the latter half may not be considered out of place. He wrote, On turning to Day's Fishes of India, I find that he figures this species, Plate 54, Figure 6, under the name Thinus thanina, and states that it is found in the seas of India to the Malay archipelago, where it is common during the cold months, and that it is found in the Mediterranean and tropical parts of the Atlantic. Its northern range extends to the Scandinavian seas, and Lloyd, in his Game Birds, etc., of Norway and Sweden, quoting from the Proceedings of the Royal Academy of Science, Stockholm, 1863, mentions the occurrence of a specimen 2 feet 9 inches long, weighing 22 pounds, near Malmo in 1857. Whether others have since been met with in the Scandinavian seas, I know not. The occurrence of this southern form of a widely distributed family of fishes or Far Eastern shores in an intermediate but still northern locality is very interesting, and it is quite possible that some of the bonitos, small tunnies or very large mackerel, which have from time to time been recorded, may have belonged to this species, but falling into less discerning hands than those of Mr. Patterson, they may have passed unrecognised. The Yarmouth specimen was 2 feet long and weighed 7 pounds. I am exceedingly pleased to record the capture of this stranger, whose subsequent adventures go to prove that utter absence of selfishness which is characteristic of all good naturalists, and the great care that is exercised in placing species on record in the annals of our county's fauna. The bonito is now in the Toll House Museum. End of section 25. Section 26 of Wildlife on a Norfolk Estuary by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. East Coast Notes, Chapter 2, Some Fish Notes, Part 2. What Fishes and Birds Swallow. In December 1905, some interesting discussion arose in the Angler's News with reference to the identity of a fish taken at Folkestone. From its description, I at once decided it to be a muller's topknot, Zygopterus punctatus. After some handing backwards and forwards of sketches, my identification was accepted, although the fish itself did not come into my hands. The correspondence led to a discussion of other phases of fish life, and What Fishes Swallow made some entertaining reading. G.G. wrote as follows: Sirs, with regard to Mr. Patterson's recent letter with the above heading, perhaps the enclosed may furnish an interesting line. In the stomach of a blue shark captured off the Firth of Forth recently, a boot and a stocking were found. I think the subject of What Fishes Swallow very interesting. Following this was a letter from Scarborough, which read: Dear Sirs, as an angler naturalist, I read with much interest the notes on uncommon fishes which appear in the Angler's News from time to time, and gain much useful information from them as to what fishes swallow. Some years ago I saw a guillemot which had been taken entire out of the stomach of a large cod, and more recently, on opening a sprag, as small cod are called here, of 8 pounds, which I had caught at Cloughton Wyke, I found in its stomach an entire redwing, a member of the thrush family. The fish was caught in October, during which month the redwings are migrating from Scandinavia to Great Britain, and doubtless the example found had fallen exhausted during its long journey, and had been picked up by the fish. I have several times found stones in the stomachs of codfish. An interesting discussion might be opened upon what seabirds swallow, and it appears to me, as an angler, that our seabirds are receiving too much protection and are becoming far too numerous, the quantity of fish destroyed by them being something enormous. A razorbill which I shot some time ago contained in its crop no fewer than 200 tiny whitings, about 170 of which I was able to distinguish separately, the remainder being crushed to pulp. Only a few days ago I saw another bird of the same species struggling with a large fish, and after watching it overcome and swallow it, I shot the bird in order to see what had happened. I found the fish was a garfish, 13 inches in length, the length of the bird, minus the feathers, being about 11 inches. The fish was bitten almost in two about the middle and doubled upon itself, thus rendering the apparently impossible quite easy of accomplishment. I have seen a cormorant swallow a codling weighing 3 pounds, and one of these birds, which I kept for a few days alive, would eat 6 large herrings a day, and was never satisfied. He would fill himself until the last fish was left protruding from his overflowing gullet, and in about 4 hours was empty and hungry again. Signed, W.J.C., Fellow of the Zoological Society, January the 13th, 1906. From Folkestone followed another note. Dear Sirs, a short while back Mr. Patterson asked as to what fish ate. Now my experience has shown me that depends mostly on the nature of the ground in which one catches one's fish. During the whiting season, and when sprats are also about, it is usual to find that the crop of your whiting is glutted with Clupea spratus. At other times he appears to feed on anything which he can get hold of that is alive, and makes the young brit, which in the spring of the year swim in our bay in myriads, pay a severe penalty for having been born alive. We all know that Mr. and Mrs. Whiting will also feed on the succulent lugworm. The pollock, the pike of the sea, is very much of the same taste, excepting that he prefers rag or madder to lugworm. Also, a very young cuttlefish is very much to his liking. Codfish appear to be very general also in their likes, more catholic than either of the former, for I have found whiting, small pouts, crabs, and other shellfish dons. On opening a 9-pound conger, I discovered a recently swallowed hard-shelled crab, at least 4 inches across his back. He had so recently swallowed it that except for a turn in his lateral formation, no doubt prepared first by Mr. Conger to suit the formation of his little Mary, he was practically intact. My reason for making a special point of this is that there has been much discussion amongst the cognoscenti up above as to the reason for the scarcity of shellfish, crustaceans, round our south coast being caused by the captures of large quantities of congers between this port of Folkestone and the French coast, in consequence of which the cuttlefish and squid have increased in such numbers that they have kept down the increase of crabs and lobsters, to whom they are natural and deadly enemies. It is, of course, Possible that my conger knew something of this. He looked a knowing old bird, and was trying what retaliation would effect. This is a question for our lords and masters of the upper house, whose opinion and verdict we look for. Signed, G.C. Walton, A.R.M. Jr., wrote, Sirs, one day my father and I were returning from a little fishing excursion at Cromford near Matlock Bath in Derbyshire. On reaching the well-known fish pond by the roadside, I threw into it a large dandelion which I had gathered in the Cromford meadows, and in a second a big chub came up and swallowed it, and several other chub did the same thing with other dandelions. It may be interesting to state that on the side of this pond there were several automatic machines from which, if you inserted a penny in the slot, you would receive some cheese to throw to the chub. One fact in particular I tried to ascertain during the correspondence, but there was no response. Had anyone ever detected the codfish devouring its own species? Whitings, I know, have no scruples in the matter of devouring any relative they can swallow, but in my experience I never found a small codling in the stomach of a larger one. Many a fine cod too have I seen dissected, and among the many queer things found were huge masses of whelks' egg cases, but these had never been engulfed by the cod itself, but had been crammed into its maw by wily fishermen, in order to give that plump appearance so desirable in freshly caught cods. A friend of mine once took from a cod's stomach a fisherman's pocket knife, and from the maw of another a good-sized turnip. Lesser forkbeard and Montague's sucker. The study of our British fishes will, I fear, never be really popular except with those who do business in the deep. It may be that the uncertainty of meeting with the fishes and the difficulty of watching their habits, as may ornithologists in the case of bird life, tend to damp enthusiasm, although I feel convinced that were a beginning made intelligently and determinedly, many who now ignore the subject, although perhaps living in localities favourable for ichthyological pursuits, would find it interesting and pleasing. I myself like it for the difficulties that have to be surmounted, and the amount of speculation and deduction to be drawn from casual happenings in no way lessens my interest. Every naturalist has at least some small chance of adding to our store of knowledge, and if the making of local lists and working out the faunas of localities be too great a task, at least the recording of rare species, in any branch of natural science, should be esteemed a duty. The above reflections are suggested by a note I received in March 1906, which dealt with the finding of a rare Yarmouth fish, the occurrence of which I did not record in my list of species. J.T.F. wrote, I am now reading with much interest your Nature in Eastern Norfolk. I know and remember most of the scenes which you describe, and enjoy their being recalled. I recall one of my natural history observations. This relates to a fish, the lesser forkbeard, Raniceps trifurcatus. I used occasionally to watch the draw nets emptied on the beach, and in passing where one had recently been drawn, to stop and examine the fish which had been rejected. On a day in January 1861, my brother, now Colonel R.F., and I came upon a few of these rejected fish south of the Wellington Pier. We selected one which was strange to us and took it home, and through Yarrell, 2nd edition, we established it as the lesser forkbeard. I preserved it in spirit and kept it here for about 40 years, and then presented it to the Norwich Museum, where it may now be seen. I think its length is about 8 inches. Yarrell believed that no example had been obtained elsewhere than the Cornish coast, except one at Berwick-on-Tweed, and it seems that mine may probably be the earliest recorded Norfolk example, or perhaps the second for the whole east coast, though no doubt it is only the capture of this fish which is of such extreme rarity, and its existence is more common than any evidence would lead us to suppose. I should observe that the fish was still living when I picked it up. The only other fish of the least interest which I chanced to discover in the same way was Montague's sucker, too, which I found on the beach on another similar occasion. I saw the net drawn with them. They were clearly identified and preserved, but I do not know where they are now. Now, had these Montague's suckers been properly recorded, my claim to being the first observer to add the species to the Yarmouth list would have been superseded. With the exception of these two, whose history has now turned up in an unexpected fashion, I knew of no others taken off this coast until the spring of 1904, a period of over 40 years. This makes my contention good when I say that the records of any rare species are interesting and useful, as adding to our store of knowledge. The Montague's sucker, Liparis montaguei, is referred to by Dr. Lowe, in a transcript from the Norfolk and Norwich Naturalist Society, as common in the Norfolk Estuary. He says, "I have frequently taken this, which is much more common here than the preceding Liparis vulgaris in the estuary, and several times in the river opposite Lynn, in fresh water at low tide." In May 1906, it came to hand from the Yarmouth shrimp boats in sufficient numbers for me to believe it by no means uncommon off this coast. Some I saw contained spawn which was, proportionately, of a very large size. The lesser forkbeard has been recorded several times for the Norfolk Estuary by Mr. Day. Couch refers to one obtained by a Mr. Gatty, a Fellow of the Linnean Society, at Yarmouth, but gives no date of its occurrence. It would seem strange that, between that example and the one mentioned by J.T.F. as taken in 1861, none should be recorded until 1891, in which year I obtained two, taken in shrimp nets, while a third was washed up after a gale in November 1902. Day speaks of it as apparently solitary and probably a wanderer, and, quoting Ogleby, states that the curious fact of this fish being generally washed ashore dead would seem to prove that it lives at the bottom in very deep water, where neither nets nor lines can be used, and where it is perhaps not so rare as is supposed. It would be interesting to know at what depth the influence of a storm are felt, and to know why this deep sea species should be subject to these influences. The fact of two being taken in shrimp nets proves that it occasionally wanders into shallow waters. Altogether, the inferences to be drawn from the forkbeard's appearances are interesting, to say the least of them, and without putting 2 and 2 together to make 4, its habits might be left in doubt altogether. There is much yet to be learnt of the comings and goings of many fishes. Soles numerous. The sole appears to come into the roadstead fairly regularly in June and July. A more than usual quantity of fair-sized fish were met with in 1906. A dozen of my shrimper friends at the latter part of June substituted small trawls for their ordinary shrimp dredgers, and made remunerative hauls. I saw 56 pairs of soles, some of them fine ones, in a shrimp shop on July the 5th, the combined catch of 2 boats using 16-foot beam trawls. Some of these fishers fish hard. They crowd on all sail and throw out a drag, a sail held by a pole and 4 guy ropes, which the tide fills like a huge bag, pulling the boat along from below in addition to the sails above. The soles, so far as I can ascertain, inshore for lugworms, and take the Nereidae freely, although showing little or no food in their stomachs when dissected. Most of the shrimpers who retain their dredgers meet with few soles. Lucky Bob, who occasionally trawls on Breydon, assured me that he took there on July the 4th no less than 32 pairs of soles. His largest fish measured 22 inches. Jari, the watcher, recorded one 18 inches long. Shoals of grey mullet. The movements of the grey mullet, if the statements of old Breydoners may be relied on, were at one time well ordered and exceedingly regular, while the capture of this fish was a remunerative part of the men's employment. To-day the grey mullet's movements are capricious, and there can be no doubt that the few stragglers which come to this estuary keep chiefly to the channel, or the edges of the flats bordering on it. I have been given to understand that great numbers used to go round the river to Alton, where they would congregate at one of the locks, probably to feed on the Palimon varians, which would be found there in quantities, and where one of the lock keepers kept by him a home-made spear with which now and again he secured one or more of them. Huge numbers appear to put in on the south coasts, and some correspondence on the subject, to which I contributed, may be worth preserving. In the Angler's News of February 24th, 1906, appeared the following: A great haul of grey mullet. Salcombe was on Monday all agog with excitement owing to the arrival of enormous numbers of grey mullet. The fishermen at once went after them, and Mr. William Cove writes me that his net accounted for 4½ hundredweight of fish, which averaged from £2 to £3. Writing on Tuesday, he adds, "Now there is another shoal of about 2 tons, which we are trying to get." It would be interesting to know what caused the sudden appearance of these immense shoals of mullet here. Were they attracted by food, driven in by large predatory fish, or gales? Or do mullets spawn hereabouts? At Yarmouth the belief seems to have been that they came upriver, like the smelts, to spawn. But seeing that this species spawns in the winter months, as rather curtly referred to by Mr. Day, its visits here must certainly have been for the sake of the food found on Breydon, the Ulva lactuca and the small hydrobia clustering upon it, and not for spawning. The probability is that it was for spawning purposes this great shoal came to our southern coasts. I replied to this note and gave an account of the habits of the species so far as I had observed them in this neighbourhood. A note followed from Mr. Cove, the fisherman referred to the effect that they, the mullet, are chased, the same as the hounds after the hare, by porpoises. We think that the mullet feed on the insects, crustacea, which are among the seaweed, but we cannot tell exactly. The shoal of about 2 tons, which I mentioned last week, is still in view, but are driven about by the porpoises, and we cannot catch them yet. G.C., continuing the correspondence, wrote, I think the reason that the grey mullet has extended their visit to the Devonshire coast is the mildness of the past winter. I have a strong conviction that this fish attaches itself to locality. When the Mabel Grace was making the passage daily between this port of Folkestone and Boulogne, a school of mullet was invariably to be seen disporting round about her, more especially when the warm water was emptied from the condensers, and any that were caught on pollack tackle from the pierhead were always taken shortly after she had left the harbour, which would indicate that they had followed her to beyond the pierhead and were taken on the return journey to within the shelter of the harbour pier extension. To me the following of a steamer seems rather curious, unless the mullet did so for the sake of the grease that would naturally drain into the sea from such a craft. Mr. Day speaks of it as delighting in shallow water during the warmer weather, snatching at any oily substance that may chance to be floating about. When sailing vessels coming in after long voyages were not so rare in Yarmouth Harbour as they are to-day, the barnacles and other marine creatures, which were often very much in evidence on their bottoms, would occasionally lure unexpected fishers into the harbour. That grey mullet will eat larger morsels is proved by one being taken with a mussel and another as recently as November 1906 on a hook baited with lugworm, although in each case I believe the fish was foul hooked, the barb of the hook having entered the soft lips of its small mouth without the whole being taken. The grey mullet's fondness for small mollusca is proved by Coucher's list of shells, quoted from Thomson in his Natural History of Ireland, which includes Mytila sedulis, Modiola papuana, small examples, Litorina retusa, Rissoa labiosa, Rissoa parva, etc. Salmon trout. During the latter part of September 1906, the coast was visited by an unusual number of salmon trout, the longshore fishermen at Winterton, a favourite resort occasionally of the species, bringing some excellent catches to the fish wharf. In 2 days as many as 10 stones were brought up, the larger fish realising a shilling a pound. Mr. R. Beezer, fish merchant, informed me that the catches were much greater than usual. He himself purchased over £1,000 of trout, dispatching most of them to London. One fine example weighed 16¼ pounds. Several between that weight and 12 pounds were amongst them. The greatest number was landed on September the 29th, the season closing on October the 2nd. The pearl sides. The finding of an example of the pearl sides, Morolycus pennantii, stranded upriver nearly 4 miles from the harbour mouth by my friend Mr. J. E. Knight's, is worthy of being recorded. An unusually high tide overflowed the banks of the River Bure at several weak spots, not far from the town. Near the new railway bridge, spanning the river, a considerable inrush of water filled the adjoining ditches, coming in like a mountain torrent. Some days after, Mr. Knight visited the spot and found an example of this silvery little creature lying on the bank at the edge of a gully formed by the torrent of water that had forced its way through. The fish was 1 3/4 inches in length. I saw it with its 2 rows of abdominal spots still vividly coloured, although it was somewhat shrivelled. I may be wrong, but I am strongly inclined to believe that this species, allied as it is to the Salmonidae, ascends rivers in spring for the purpose of spawning. All the occurrences I have noted for this neighbourhood were between February the 24th and April the 1st. Owing to its diminutive size, it is seldom netted, for the mesh must be fine indeed that stays its progress, although, as in the case of the first one which I discovered at the harbour mouth, it had come ashore entangled in the abundant weeds clogging a net. A deep sea ling. When passing a fishmonger's on November the 7th, 1906, I observed a big-eyed, attenuated-looking ling. I remarked to the fishmonger on its distinctive appearance, and he laughingly replied, "Yes, that's one of them old deep-sea customers," which not only proved to me that he was fairly conversant with the fish, but also suggested at once the locality from which it was taken. On turning up an old copy of the Field, I was delighted to come across an article on Deep Sea Fishes in the Market by J. T. Cunningham, and at once saw the similarity of a drawing of the fish to the example I had recognised. Mr. Cunningham's remarks on it are as follow: Malva elongata, Otto. This is a species of ling characterised by the slender form, the elongation of the pelvic fin which extends beyond the pectoral, and the shortness of the first dorsal. The lower jaw is longer than the upper. The colour is ashy grey on the back, silvery on the sides. The specimen I have examined is 31 inches long, but the fish is probably often larger, though it does not reach so large a size as the common ling. This species closely resembles a northern deep-sea species of ling, the Malva abyssorum of Nilsson, Malva berklange of Welborn. The latter occurs at depths beyond 100 fathoms on the coast of Norway, and was discussed a few years ago by Mr. Holt, who obtained specimens from the lining grounds of Faroe, and from Iceland, where it is taken both by line and trawl. The chief differences between Malva elongata, for which Mr. Garstang suggests the English name silver ling, and Malva berklange are that the first dorsal fin is shorter in the former, and that the pelvic fin is longer than the pectoral. Monsieur Adolphe Cligny, of the station Aquicole of Boulogne, who has published a memoir on the deep-sea fishes obtained by French trawlers on these grounds, considers elongata as merely a variety of berklange, but he omits from his discussion the fact that in the former the pelvic or ventral is longer than the pectoral, and not in the latter. It is of little importance whether the forms are considered to be varieties or species. There is no doubt that they can be definitely distinguished. Malva elongata was until recently only known from the Mediterranean, but it has been recorded by Portuguese observers from the coast of Portugal. There is no doubt that it is a good edible fish. The example I saw was about 30 inches in length. It did not long remain unnoticed by customers, and its remainders were sold at night in a fried condition, with many another species. End of section 26. Section 27 of Wildlife on a Norfolk Estuary by Arthur Henry Patterson. This librivox recording is in the public domain. East Coast Notes, Chapter 2, Some Fish Notes, Part 3. The Viper Weaver. During the summer and autumn of 1906, the numbers of the lesser weaver, Trachurus vipera, taken in draw nets and trawls, both on the coast and on Breydon, were in excess of those of any year I can remember. It may be that this phenomenally fine and warm period accounted for their abundance, as it undoubtedly did for the vast numbers of herring sile then found present in local waters. I have heard several persons speak of the painful consequences of contact with its ugly dorsal fin, although I have only known one or two seriously injured by it. No mercy is ever shown it on capture. I had never satisfactorily understood why the spines of this fish should be poisonous, and in certain instances I had concluded that there was a probability of the fish having come in contact with decaying animal matter, owing to its habit of grovelling on the sea floor. But at a meeting of the Norfolk and Norwich Naturalists in November 1906, some interesting information on this point was forthcoming. Dr. H. Muir Evans of Lowestoft sent in a short paper on weaver sting, or trachinus venom, and Mr. J. O. Barley, M.A., gave an account of the structure of the poison apparatus of the weaver. The following is a condensed notice of these two communications, which were of more than local interest. There are two British species of weaver, Trachinus draco, the greater weaver, and Trachinus vipera, the less. The poison apparatus in both is the same. In each it consists of poison glands, resembling sebaceous glands in relation with grooved spines. These spines are 1. Those of the dorsal fin, which is coloured black, probably as a warning to other fish to prevent them biting. This fin, as the creature lies buried in the sand, is seen alone. 2. The opercular spine is more interesting. It has the form of a dagger, grooved along each edge, each groove containing a pear-shaped gland. The secreting cells of each gland are very large, elongated and arranged in columns. They give rise to an apparently colloidal and a granular substance, though whether these are successive stages of the same secretion or two separate secretions is unknown. There is no muscular arrangement for ejecting the venom. An eel catastrophe. In July 1905, one of the strangest and most destructive fatalities to eels I have ever known occurred to those in the waters of East Norfolk. The first intimation I received of it was by a postcard dated July the 19th, to the effect that On Sunday 3 rods got never a bite all day at St Olave's, but there are scores of dead eels floating in the river, all in about the same stage of decomposition. The salts generally gets the blame. Eels didn't ought to mind salt water. I only saw one other dead fish, a roach. Signed, P.E.R. I went to see what was the matter with the fishes, and at first came to a wrong conclusion. Part of a letter I wrote to the county paper read as follows: Sir, on a ramble round last Saturday from Reedham and Haddiscoe to St Olave's, I noticed several dead eels floating in the river, and, without giving much thought to the matter, concluded they had been pitched out of the eel babbers' stow boxes. It is their practice to place their catches in floating trunks until a certain time, or when sufficient numbers tempt them to return and sell their wares to the wholesale buyers. In these trunks there are usually weak and dying eels to be found, and as a dead eel is a fly in the ointment and soon decomposes, over it goes. Eels herein die from the results of pick stabs, hook swallowing, and such like. But the numbers reported by various folks at different places, and the fact of the majority being big eels, some up to 2 pounds in weight, as our Yarmouth ferryman assures me, must certainly point to something beyond ordinary accidents. Can it be that the recent hot weather has affected them in some way or other? I should be greatly interested in hearing whether this dead eel business has been more than local. A few days later a letter appeared signed Triton, who wrote: Sir, no explanation on the problem of the dead eels referred to by Mr. Patterson appears to be forthcoming, and as the subject has an interest for a great many and has certainly been much speculated about, may I observe as follows. Like Mr. Patterson, I was recently at St Olave's and noticed a lot of corpses of eels travelling up and down on the tides, and the same phenomenon appeared at Cantley on moving my boat thither. A few fish also were turned up at the latter place. Sailing up to Bramerton, I was told that many dead fish had been floating about the river. The fish give, I think, the clue to the mystery, if it ever was one, for an old eel catcher, whom I consulted, at once observed, "I can say it, 'tis the sewerage." Those who saw no dead fish, reasonably enough would not concede that sewage caused the mischief, but advanced ingenious theories of electricity, the eels getting into hot water, etc. Probably the Norwich authorities have been employing that grand natural drain, the River Yare, once more. If it is not so, let the negative be given to the suggestion. Cannot Mr. Patterson co-operate with the responsible authority at Norwich to gradually accustom our fish and eels to a scientific diet of sewage? Surely this should not be impossible to the intelligence which of late years has choked the Norwich River with weeds. Holidaymaker, referring to this subject in the Angler's News, said, "Dear Sirs, I have just returned from a yachting cruise on the Broadland waters, and whilst away I noticed in the Norfolk papers some remarks respecting the large number of eels which have died in the River Yare, etc. Now, I think the cause as put forth by a Norwich writer, that the sewage matter entering the river poisons the eels, is wrong, although this is corroborated by a well-known naturalist. Firstly, because although the eels are lying dead in the reeds in hundreds, there is no marked mortality among other fish, roach, bream, etc., just an occasional fish being turned up here and there. Secondly, it is well known that eels thrive near sewers and filth, and that they do not get poisoned. I think the writer really meant refuse from chemical works or something of the kind. But I want to let you know what I have seen. My trip has been to Wayford Bridge up the Ant, a tributary of the Bure. Well, there are no chemical works, no sewers or anything else of that nature there, and yet we sailed past eels turned up in vast numbers. In fact, in some places we had to give up the counting. I made many inquiries as to the cause of the eels dying off, and the major portion pronounced it to be the warmth of the water and nothing else. One or two of the oldest inhabitants have recollections of something happening many years ago. No salt water has been up, and I am informed that, although the salt causes the eels to vomit, they are none the worse for it. I may say that a friend of mine also saw thousands of dead eels in the Waveney between Beccles and Yarmouth. My next letter to the Angler's News was as follows. Dear Sirs, I was interested in Holidaymaker's letter. Eels in Norfolk waters have turned up and died by thousands, some of them fine fellows. These fatalities occur only at long intervals. The fact of them turning up in the Bure, and high up there too, goes to prove that to sewage and chemical waste all the fatalities cannot be due. After a number of inquiries, I have come to the conclusion that asphyxiation from the effects of the great heat upon the mud in which they delight to lay, and the decay of vegetable matter, has had most to do with it. The mud stinks. The decayed vegetation assists that stench, and eels are peculiarly sensitive creatures, although it is said they do not mind a temporary bit of burrowing into a decomposing corpse. How soon they will turn up in a floating eel trunk the eel babbers know, and watch for sickly tenants almost hourly in the busiest season. A dead eel soon goes wrong and spoils its living fellows. A dirty scum has risen to the surface and streaked white-painted yachts with an offensive and filthy banding, and it is a pretty good indication of the fermentation going on in the shallows below. A good few rains are badly wanted. For several days the rivers, especially where bordered by reeds, presented a gruesome sight, the floating bodies of the eels being threaded in and out among the stems, and weeks elapsed before the last traces of them had vanished. The summer of 1905 was an exceptionally hot one, with few tides of any strength. In fact, they remained abnormally low for a long period, thus creating the disaster and nuisance, and in no way helping to abate the unpleasantness of it. The eel-catching season of 1906, more especially on Breydon and in the lower reaches of the rivers, was a complete failure. 3 hooks, 4 fish. Culver, an old-time Breydoner, whose name is frequently mentioned in connection with a drain he once cut in the mudflats, and which has since deepened and lengthened considerably, once set 3 night lines at a sluice near the 7 Mile Car, on the Beccles River, and going to them next morning found, to his great surprise, 3 eels and a pike fast thereon. The pike had been prowling around and evidently looking upon one of the eels as an easily procured supper, had seized it. But the eel was not to be so easily settled by Esox lucius, through whose gills it forced itself, and coming out under the gill cover, literally strung the unfortunate pike on the line, whereon, between the eel and a stake thrust into the margin of the bank, it was kept a prisoner. Large smelts. In the spring and autumn catches of smelts, and at other seasons in the year, large specimens are occasionally met with. The following are some examples. January the 14th, 1890. Example: 11 inches long, 5 inches in girth, 5 ounces in weight. January the 20th, 1890. Example: 11½ inches long, 5¼ inches in girth, 5¾ ounces in weight. April the 22nd, 1890. Example: 11 inches long, 5¾ inches in girth, 6 ounces in weight. April the 22nd, 1890. Second example: 11 inches long, 5¾ inches in girth, 7 ounces in weight. April the 20th, 1891. Example: 12 inches long, 5¾ inches in girth, 6 ounces in weight. Cod's food. At one time, when large cods were frequently taken on long lines in this neighbourhood, it was a favourite amusement of mine to beg the stomachs from the various fishmongers and sort over the contents. It is surprising what a variety of species and a number of them a cod will gather and pack into its maw. I have found several herrings in one, fresh as when taken out of the water. Indeed, I have seen such herrings sold as fresh fish. I have found 17 Norwegian lobsters in one cod's maw, and various species of crabs in others. The sunfish. So far as I can ascertain, the oblong sunfish, Orthogoriscus truncatus, has not yet been recorded for the East Anglian seaboard, although specimens have been taken off the north east of Scotland and also off the south west coast of England. The short sunfish, however, has been several times recorded for East Norfolk, the last brought into Yarmouth, to the best of my knowledge, being one that had entangled itself in the herring nets belonging to a Scotch boat sailing out of this port. This was in October 1905. The arrival of this luckless and by no means handsome stranger caused much comment, and provoked considerable speculation among the fish fraternity haunting the fish wharf as to its name, habits, etc. I heard of its capture on the day it was landed, but was unfortunately unable to visit the wharf that day. It was snapped up by some daring purchaser for 4 shillings, and dispatched to a London fish shop to serve as a draw for customers, afterwards, no doubt, closing its career in the refuse box. As soon as I made my appearance on the fish wharf, quite a number of fishing folk surrounded me, and sought my opinion upon it, one man actually leading me to a rough pencil drawing limned on one of the fish merchant's office boards, and much humorous and dialectic argument followed. but every one was perfectly satisfied when I made a correctly drawn lightning sketch of the fish in question, wherein the sunfisher's huge dorsal and anal fins were placed astern of it, and the odd little buttonhole of a mouth depicted at the other extremity. "That's it to a T," said more than one, and "I told you, 'bor, he'd tell you what it were," said another. My drawing and a short extempore lecture left them all knowing something more about the beast, and all good-humouredly satisfied. By such means has one to arouse a little interest in strange creatures that come to their notice. In October 1892, Mr. T. Southwell, when writing to me with regard to sunfishers taken off the East Coast, made mention of several captures, remarking, however, that he was not sure that his was a complete list. The following are well authenticated instances. 1667. Mr. Southwell's rendering of Sir Thomas Browne's account of this fish is thus quaintly given. "Sometimes we meet with a molar or moonfish, so called from some resemblance it hath of a crescent in the extreme part of the body from one fin unto another one, being taken near the shore at Yarmouth before break of day, seem to shear and grunt like a hog, as authors deliver of it the flesh. Being hard and nervous, it is not like to afford a good dish, but from the liver, which is large, white, and tender, somewhat may be expected. The gills of these fishes we found thick beset with a kind of sea louse. In the year 1667, a molar was taken at Monsley, which weighed 200 pound. 1821. One taken November 1821. Reference Paget's Sketch of the Natural History of Great Yarmouth, 1834. 1835. One from Yarmouth, now in the Wisbeach Museum. 1836. November the 13th. Example from Overstrand Beach, recorded in Miss Gurney's diary. 1843. An 18-inch example taken off Overstrand. 1850. November. 2 at Lynn and 1 at Salthouse. 1863. October. 1 at Lynn. 1865. Thornham. Example 4 feet 3 inches from nose to tail. From tip to tip of fins 6 feet. Weight 210 pounds. Recorded in the Field, January the 7th, 1865. 1887. September. 1 at Yarmouth. 1892. In first week in October, one was stranded in the River Nene at Sutton Bridge. 1896. September. I obtained a small specimen which had been captured in a didle or large hand net over the side of a trawler. The fish measured 18 inches in length and 2 feet 4 inches from the extremity of the dorsal to that of the anal fin. Weight 10 pounds. 1900. On September the 5th, a 2-foot example was taken in Yarmouth Roads. 1906. December. The following is a paragraph, date uncertain, from a local paper. A sunfish has been washed ashore upon the beach at Bacton, and as it was in a distinctly game condition, was ordered to be buried by the Custom House authorities. They reach a considerable size and have occurred from time to time along our seaboard. There are few things natural over which greater mistakes are made than fishes. Exaggeration of size and weight is not a failing confined to those who angle, and who make gross mistakes, undoubtedly more through ignorance than by design. But many persons who meet with curious sea monsters seem utterly without a sense of proportion, and many guess the weight of a specimen far above or below what it actually is. Instances of this occur in reports received by Dr. Day in his British Fishes and in the Field as above. The reader may compare a sunfish recorded by Dr. Day measuring 4 feet from snout to tail and 8 feet across the fins, which weighed between 300 and 400 pounds, with the measurement and weight given of the fish taken in 1865. Jago's Goldsiny. On June 5th, 1906, one of my shrimper friends brought me an example of the Jago's Goldsiny, Tenolibris rupestris, which had hitherto been unrecorded for Norfolk. It measured about 3 inches in length, and at first sight greatly resembled those white and almost colourless examples sometimes seen amongst goldfish. The black spot stood out boldly and well defined on the upper part of the caudal fin, at its juncture with the body, and at once attracted attention. Details regarding its habits seem to be bare and meagre. Living in deep water, it does not appear to be taken except by the merest accident in some crab pot, although occasionally indulging in nibbling at the fishers' baits. Dr. Day gives it a bad report from a gastronomic point of view, stating that it has flesh bad, soft, insipid, foul-smelling, of a greenish colour. But its reputation in this respect matters but little owing to its diminutive size. According to Day, it generally comes under notice through being stranded after heavy gales upon various parts of the coast. The above-mentioned example is now in the Toll House Museum. Topknots, megrims and witches. I noticed the following paragraph in the Angler's News of December 29th, 1906. The columns of the Angler's News for near upon 2 months this year contain correspondence which resulted from the capture of a megrim, or witch, at Folkestone. Before that, many sea anglers were in blissful ignorance of either of these denizens of the deep, yet they must be common enough in some parts. Take the North Sea, for instance. During the years 1903-1905, nearly 200,000 hundredweight were caught in this sea and landed by steam trawlers on the East Coast. During the same period, and from the same grounds, 51,000 hundredweight of witches were landed. The correspondence referred to began in the first week in January 1906, over the capture of an innocent little Muller's topknot, Zeugopterus punctatus, captured on the previous Boxing Day at a sea angling contest on Folkestone Pier. In the report of the competition appeared the following remarks. In the meantime, there were a few incidents to break the monotony and strain of 6 hours holding on, exciting sport. Mr. Clark, the proprietor of the local West End Photographic Company, brought down his tripod and camera and took some interesting pictures, Also a clever photo of a megrim, which fell to the rod of Captain H. I give the local name of this freak, which is really a mule or bastard fish, between brill, sole, dab and plaice. To all appearance it might have been a cross between a sole, brill, flounder or sand dab and a rockling. Some other high-flown descriptive matter as to colouring, etc., was added to the above. I at once replied, expressing astonishment at the remarkable description given to the little stranger, and assured the readers of the Angler's News that there was a true species known as the megrim or scoldfish, to which, among other Latin synonyms, was added the generally accepted name of Arnoglossus laterna, and giving details, as far as known, of its habits and peculiarities. The report of a meeting of the British Sea Anglers Society, among other matters, including information with regard to the exhibition of the fish. Mr. Boyton submitted a fish very rare on the East Coast, Zeugopterus punctatus, the whiff or topknot, Little Harry. In Cornwall, the brown fluke. It was certainly the finniest fish ever produced to the members. It was completely edged by fin. The tail even had 2 little fins. The prognathous lower jaw was a very marked feature. It was accompanied by a very nicely executed watercolour sketch. The next stage in the discussion was a letter of mine on January the 13th, giving a full description of the muller's topknot, with a pen and ink sketch, which was reproduced. Other letters for and against my "finding" appeared in subsequent issues, signed G.C., W.C.N. and W.J.C. The photograph was sent for my inspection, which proved at once and conclusively that the fish in question was no other than the muller's topknot. This, on January the 20th, I emphatically asserted in the same paper. Mr. W. J. Clarke, Fellow of the Zoological Society, of Scarborough, identified the fish from my sketch and wrote an interesting letter upon it, dealing with its local status as follows. Mr. Patterson's excellent sketch represents muller's topknot, Zeugopterus hirtus, being one of its many Latin synonyms. A fish which turns up in the trawls at Scarborough every now and then, not commonly, but sufficiently so as to have earned for itself from the fishermen the local name of velvet fish, from the peculiarly velvety feeling of the upper surface if stroked from head to tail. If rubbed the reverse way, the skin is rough and file-like, owing to the numerous small tubercles upon the scales pointing from head to tail. Many thanks for allowing me to see the photo, subsequently sent him, of the fish taken at Folkestone. I think there is no doubt that it is muller's topknot. I should imagine the capture of this species upon a hook to be of unusual occurrence. I have not before heard of one so taken, all the specimens I have seen having been trawled. W.C.N., in a letter on January the 27th, very properly complained of the babel of names given to one and the same and every species. He wrote, "Before leaving the Zeugopterus punctatus, I must remark, alas, another name, Zeugopterus hirtus, and what seems to hurt us most are its half-dozen or more aliases. What a pity it seems that our naturalist friends responsible for this are not more in agreement." Referring to this superabundance of Latinities, I replied as follows. Let me say that I cannot help every European naturalist picking his own pet's Latin name for the self-same fish. I suppose each one thinks his own the only correct and best one. Hence, when such small fry as myself have to sort over these names for our own lists, we usually pick which suits us best, although I prefer to be guided by him who is the standard authority of the time, and at present that man is the late Dr. Day. The winding up of a very animated and interesting correspondence upon the topknot, a fish which one might have covered with one hand, was reached on February the 10th, when a wire from G.C. to the Angler's News was announced as follows. Representing Folkestone at meeting of National Council for Sea Angling, I took the opportunity of looking up the authorities at the British Sea Anglers Society rooms for the purpose of settling once and for all, if possible, the question of the correct definition of my megrim. I am pleased to be able to support Mr. Patterson. The illustration in Dodd is an exact facsimile, including the two small oval fins depicted in the drawing of Mr. Nichols. In the course of this discussion, a note from G.C. was published respecting another queer fish. He wrote, I send you a rough sketch of a peculiar fish of the sole order, called here a witch. It is taken occasionally in our trawls. The peculiarities are as follow. The underside is distinctly coloured, to all appearance, as if there were scales, although there are none apparent. The better description, perhaps, would be mottled. A neutral tone about the colour or shade of a silver-toned photo. There is a bony ridge which runs from the apex of the gill and forms a nose. The eyes are set in bulbous cases so as to be used all ways. The mouth is small for the size of the fish, with very small tooth formation. There is a slight coloration of carmine on the left side of the snout. The tail is wispy, but the fins, dorsal and ventral, both voluminous and reach from the head to the commencement of the tail. The gills are close and in two curves. The colouring of the upper part is much that of the light-coloured sole, but there are distinct markings of a darker shade. The looked-for discussion on this new topic proved abortive. In my own reply, I simply stated that I have the witch on my list, giving its legitimate name as pole or craigsfluke, Pleuronectes cynoglossus, although the long rough dab, Hippoglossoides, Limandoides, and the locally rarer sail fluke, Rhombus megastoma, all on my list of Norfolk fishes, are by the fisher folk all classed under the silly name of witches. Here the witches remained until the above paragraph, dated December the 29th, 1906, appeared in the Angler's News. To this paragraph I replied as follows. Sirs, now about these witches. Witch is a trade name that covers a lot of, perhaps, indifferent eating sea flatfishes, and is really a genteel name for offal in the flat department. Smacksmen and others call the sail fluke, Ornoglossus megastoma, a witch. Naturalists term it as follows. Jago terms it Passer cornubiensis. Cuvier terms it Rhombus cardina. Donovan terms it Pleuronectes megastoma. Pennant terms it Pleuronectes pseudopalus. Risso terms it Pleuronectes boscae. Risso again terms it Hippoglossus boscae. Nilsson terms it Rhombus megastoma. Richards terms it Zygopterus velivolans. Collett terms it Zygopterus megastoma. Gunther terms it Arnoglossus boscae. Winther terms it Zygopterus gotska. So you see what a lot of conjuring and mystification may be made with the shuffling of a few Latin names. The sail fluke and carter of Couch are one and the same fish. This species grows to nearly 2 feet in length. I met with some nearly that length a few months ago in a fish shop. These had come into Lowestoft Harbour by a trawler and been carted to Yarmouth. We depend on Lowestoft for nearly all our trawl fish. I secured one and had it photographed, thinking it might come in useful some day. To the sail fluke as a witch may be added the pole or long flounder, Pleuronectes cynoglossus, termed by Linnaeus. This fish has a remarkably small head for its length, differing thus from the sail fluke, which has a whopper. The pole runs to 14 and 16 inches in length. One other "witch" is the long rough dab, Hippoglossoides limandoides, termed by Bloch, which is more like the sail fluke in its proportions. This does not run larger than 15 inches in length, according to Day, who gives that as the length of the longest known British example. But in January 1891 I obtained one 16 inches long. All these fishes are on my East Norfolk list. There is very little doubt that many unscrupulous fishmongers occasionally mix odd examples of witches with the true souls, for there is not much dissimilarity in shape to an inexperienced eye, although anyone well acquainted with the flavour of the latter would quickly detect a difference. A friend of mine, a local fish merchant, when on a visit to London, saw a big spread of these coarser fish, behind which the fishmonger had raised a huge ticket marked "Witches." On my friend laughingly remarking to the seller that he didn't know a witch when he saw one, the man promptly replied, "Oh well, it don't much matter, for a fine name suited them as didn't know what they was." End of section 27. Section 28 of Wildlife on a Norfolk Estuary by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. East Coast Notes, Chapter 2, Some Fish Notes, Part 4. The Megrim. The first megrim, Arnoglossus laterna, I ever saw was given to me in 1903 by a fish hawker. It had been taken, so far as I could ascertain, in a trawl net, and in all probability was captured many miles away from my particular domain. I was fortunate in having one brought me on April 30th, 1906, which had been taken in a shrimp net within hail of Yarmouth sands. In the same bottle of formalin, 2 Montague suckers, Liparis montaguei, bore it company. The fish was exceedingly sole-like in appearance and proportions, but was of a light sandy hue above, a fact which did not escape my observant friend. It had the appearance of having been dipped into hot water, and the remarkably tender skin had been broken and abraded. It is so difficult to preserve it intact that it has gained the suggestive sobriquet of the "scold fish." The length of this example was 4½ inches. A second specimen, slightly smaller, came to hand from the same source on July 30th, thus furnishing me with 2 examples in one season of a fish hitherto unrecorded for Norfolk. Abnormal fishes. From time to time curious and deformed fishes come to hand, and are always worthy of being recorded. The following examples have recently come under my notice. Stunted tubfish. On May 23rd, 1905, my attention was called to a curiously stunted example of the tubfish, or latchet, Trigla hirundo. Its extreme length was 11 inches, of which the head measured 3¾ inches. Viewed from above, there was a distinct half-circular curve in the lateral portion of the fish, the tail assuming the normal position. The anterior half of the fish was abnormally thick. Deformed haddock. A haddock 13 inches in length had a most singularly curved hump on the back, below the first dorsal fin. Immediately at the commencement of the second dorsal fin, the back suddenly becoming depressed in a V-shaped manner, the third dorsal being situated on the top of the anterior portion, between the right part of the V depression and the caudal fin. The lateral line ran exactly on the curves followed by the backbone. On dissection, I discovered 2 bony-like knobs formed by a coalescence of the vertebrae. In the following October, I obtained a codling with an almost similar curved body, with the angles slightly less sharp. Queer herring. A full-grown herring was brought to me on November 28th, 1905, on the left side of which was a tumour the size of a 2-shilling piece. The fish looked sickly and exhaled an unpleasant smell. I quickly made a rough sketch of it and then cremated it. Stunted codling. On the same date I have a record of a 2-foot codling, normal in shape save in the head, which was exceedingly foreshortened on the upper part, the lower jaw protruding some distance beyond the upper. When closed, the fish had a singularly weaver-like, sinister appearance. Curious place. A 12-inch place on a slab, among others, attracted my attention in December 1905 by a strange deformity of the tail fin, which grew at nearly half a right angle to the fish. What was more curious was the fact of one side of this appendage being tubular, as if the edge of the tail had been turned over and grown to it. I ran a pencil quite easily up this hollow. White roker. At the end of 1905, a friend reported to me having seen a perfectly white thornback ray, local name roker, on Lowestoft Pier, his statement being corroborated by 2 or 3 other persons, who, like himself, had gone over to purchase fish for their Yarmouth customers. Undercoloured plaice. I saw a £2 plaice on January 18th, 1906, with both sides dark, save at the underside of the head, and with red spots on each side. On March the 1st I examined another specimen, the underside of which was of a curious bluish colour, but no suggestion of spots could be traced upon it. White turbot. A £3 turbot was on sale in a local shop on June 19th, 1906. The upper side was wholly white, with the exception of a thin brown ring around each eye and a faint splashing of brown on the edges of the surrounding fins. There were no tubercles or spiny processes on the upper surface, which are so characteristic of the normal fish. It was as smooth and glossy as a china dinner plate. Strange salmon. The queerest salmon I ever saw arrived in July 1906 from Scotland. It was a £6 fish with an extraordinary head. The upper part was as round at the foreshorten end as a cricket ball, the nose being turned under and flattened to the palate, the underjaw being of the normal shape, and standing out beyond the other considerably. The tongue, of the usual length, lay in the hollow of the lower jaw, but the distorted mouth shut to quite close and compactly. Red codling. On Christmas Eve 1890, I saw lying on a fish stall a codling of a curiously red colour, which answered in general appearance to Coucher's dorse, termed by Lynn as Gadus calarius. On August 30th, 1906, I met with another of a rich yellow-red colour. It measured 20 inches. It looked as if it had been carved out of rosewood. White flounder. A small flounder, white on both sides, was taken on Breydon, October 14th, 1906. Short-lipped gurnard. A very ugly red gurnard was preserved for me by a fish vendor on November 7th, 1906. The upper part of the head was normal in shape, but the lower lip was remarkably shortened, extending but a few lines in front of the eye, and when turned over there was a peculiarly shark-like appearance. I do not think that this deformity was a freak, but am of the opinion that the fish at an early period of its life met with some accident. Short-lipped cod. During the same month, a £3 codling was caught off the jetty at Yarmouth with a precisely similar malformation, the end of the lower lip being but half the length of the upper one. In this case it was a genuine freak of nature. The specimen was preserved in a jar containing spirits of wine for my inspection. Spotted brill. A most beautiful brill, 11 inches in length, came into my hands early in February 1907. The upper side was pure white, with the exception of some 4 or 5 spots of the normal colour, each the size of a shilling, dotted along the bases of the dorsal and anal fins. Large flounders. My largest flounder record is of one taken in November 1889, which weighed £3 5 ounces. It was 19½ inches long, 9½ inches wide, and 1½ inches through it in the thickest part. One accompanying it weighed £2 15 ounces. If I remember rightly, both of these fishes were taken in a hoop net near the fish wharf, where, during the herring fishing, this species sometimes resorts in some numbers. The Angler's News of November 17th, 1906, cites 2 instances of large flounders being caught at Lee and Brighton, weighing £3 1 ounce each. I thought mine a record fish, but yield the palm to Southwold, a small fishing town in Suffolk, from whence came the letter appended. Large flounders. Sir, I notice your records of several flounders of unusual weight being caught with rod and line, so should like to give my own experience of these fish. I always manage to get my share of them up to £2 each, but one Wednesday afternoon 4 years ago I took 2 fish only in 3 hours. They were 2 flounders weighing 3½ pounds and 2½ pounds. These were caught with rod and line off the end of Southwold Pier at low water. Yours truly, Robert J. Canover, Honorary Secretary, Southwold Sea Angling Society. The flying fish. The following note was sent by me to the Zoologist in February 1906, and may not be out of place here. The records in the Zoologist of the occurrence of flying fish on the Kentish coast are interesting, and recall to me an account of one whose fin was exhibited in the Fisheries Exhibition in London in 1883. I have hunted up the catalogue of exhibits made by the well-known Norwich naturalist, Mr. T. E. Gunn, and find the following. Case 50. Flying fish. Fin of flying fish. Exocetus volitans. Specimen caught off Yarmouth, May the 23rd, 1868. Only known instance on this part of the eastern coast. I submitted it to the late Dr. J. E. Gray of the British Museum, who identified the species for me. For many years I have watched for an example to turn up, but as yet without success. I have not included this capture in my Nature in Eastern Norfolk for the simple reason that neither in the second edition of Lubbock's Fauna of Norfolk, nor in any of the Transactions of the Norfolk and Norwich Naturalist Society is Mr. Gunn's specimen referred to. It would be well, however, for all East Coast naturalists to be on the qui vive and help to more firmly establish the claim of this fish to be on the Norfolk list. I have been since assured by Mr. F. Leaney that this flying fish's fin is now in the Norwich Museum collection. Holibut Place. When passing through one of the back streets on August 17, 1905, my attention was attracted by a very queerly coloured fish lying exposed on the slab of a small fish shop. The fish was 16 inches in length, and its shape at once struck me as exhibiting a blending of plaice and halibut. The colour of the upper side was bluish ash, the edges nearing the fins assuming a Naples yellow tint, the surrounding fins being the same colour as the back, and the tail somewhat darker, several orange-coloured spots, not nearly so pronounced as in an ordinary plaice, being sprinkled about on the upper side. The arides were straw yellow. The underside was milk white, with the splashiness characterising the halibut, the fin rays looking as if they had been daubed with lime white. I purchased the fish, which was, without the shadow of a doubt, a cross between the halibut and plaice, for a few pence. This fish, with several other interesting specimens, is in the Toll House Museum. An obstinate skate. A Breydoner named Thacker, when rowing up the Duffels Drain on Breydon, was struck by a curious flapping movement on a flat as he passed by. It suggested to him the struggles of a wounded bird making ineffectual efforts to fly. He accordingly pushed as close to the flat as possible, and at once saw that a large skate, left stranded by the ebb tide, was flapping its great finny disc in vain endeavour to reach water or to realise its situation. Fastening his boat, he went on the flat with a bit of rope, which he hitched round the skate's tail, the fish remaining somewhat passive until he dragged it into the drain. The moment the monster, it was a good-sized fish, felt itself in its native element, it grounded and resisted all Thacker's efforts to pull it into the boat. In fact, it very nearly dragged him in too. It was only by patiently waiting until he could take the fish off its guard that he got its nose uppermost, and so brought it into a position where he could belabour it until it was too feeble to resist being dragged into the punt. Shark Incident. When recently recalling our experiences of sharks, my shrimper factotum, Colby, informed me that, late in the 60s, when he was engaged in midsummer fishing for mackerel in the Wold, they got a large shark, over 12 feet long, in the nets, making a nice old mess of some 15 of them. A fleet of mackerel nets then comprised 80 sections or nets. The shark, a bottle-nosed one, was landed on the beach by one of the ferry boats, and one or two of the crew made more money by an exhibition of it to visitors than was good for them, for they went back drunk to the vessel. On referring to Day, in his British Fishers Volume 2, under heading Lamna cornubica, or porbeagle, I find that a large shark is recorded by Mr. T. E. Gunn for July 4th, 1867, and the length given as 11 foot 5 inches. Day remarks, "The fish must attain to 11 feet or 12 feet in length if Mr. Gunn's was this species. It has several times been captured up to 10 feet. I have records only up to 9 feet. Skate luxuries. When I was a lad, dried skate was a favourite luxury among the poorer classes in town, more particularly loungers who spent their Sunday mornings in aimless loafings and gossips. Numbers made a pilgrimage to the inn of one Dilly Smith, who lived at the Suspension Bridge Tavern, immediately adjoining a bridge of that name. His fish house gable, still standing, in the finer days, used to be festooned with hundreds of skate of various sizes and species, mostly homers, or spotted rays, and blue skate. The latter was the favourite fish, being better flavoured and less spiny. Roker, or thornback rays, were by no means in request, owing to their formidable skin armour. After a long drying by wind and sun until the very blue bottles had given them up as a hopeless nursery for their broods, the already "scored" fish were cut into strips and sold at a halfpenny, a penny, and twopence a strip according to size and thickness. Queerer luxuries than these huge dishes of dried skate exposed for sale in the window could not be conceived, unless, perhaps, some wag of a shoemaker had replaced them by a display of worn-out boot soles, which they somewhat resembled. It was odd, but we got used to the sight of seeing a score men at a time gnawing the highly scented, curiously tasting morsels. I could never eat them myself, as they wandered to the quaysides or leant over the bridge, enjoying their leisure and their occupation. You would sometimes see their lips bleeding after their titbits had been devoured. Crates of dried skates were sent from the neighbourhood of Whitby. Sometimes the fish were nearly 3 inches thick. Women used to meet the boats with big bundles of them slung across their backs. Colby, my footless shrimper factotum, at one time sailed in the old Kate lugger with Gaby Thomas, afterwards a noted Breydoner. They used to catch a number of skate, which they gutted, tailed and ribbed, afterwards towing them overboard for 24 hours and then hanging them on the rigging to dry. 3 weeks or a month's hanging, according to the weather or the size of the skate, was necessary to make them sufficiently dry for sale. Those fish taken aboard already cured were often salted freely, a fact that rather pleased Dilly Smith, whose ale came in most welcome to assuage the great thirst provoked. There was a rather loose outlook kept by the police of those days on those who tippled on Sundays, and as the house had windows pretty well all round it, a policeman was visible a long way off, and possible eventualities were promptly provided against. Dogfish as food. Colby spoke very highly of nurses, which are larger spotted dogfish, or sweet williams, as food, either boiled or fried. Aboard the boats they ate the fish only from below the navel, that is, the vent. We chucked the other parts away. I believe this is the species known as bull huss on the southern coasts, where it is in request for food. Plague of dogfish. The summer and autumn of 1905 were remarkable for the numbers of voracious dogfishers that infested the western and southern coasts. Grave complaints were made of their ravages and their destructiveness to the nets of the fishermen. A London gentleman wrote to the Angler's News, pointing out how their presence and numbers might be turned to account by pursuing the dogfish in turn and utilising them for eating purposes. He wrote, "Sirs, I have read with interest the complaints of Cornish and Devonshire fishermen about the voracious dogfish. Many years ago Brighton fishermen made similar complaints, but they long ago learnt that the dogfish is one of the most appetising and nourishing of all fishes, and they eat both pin dog, or piked dogfish, and huss, larger spotted dogfish, with the greatest gusto, instead of cursing them, cutting their heads off and throwing them back into the ocean as was their custom once. I am glad to see these fishes now en evidence on fish stalls in London, because no fish is richer in nutritive properties. The flesh is firm, sweet, and far superior to plaice or haddock, as your readers would realise if they got over the natural repugnance the ugliness of the fish excites, and tried them as food fried or stewed as eels. If they are so plentiful on the Cornish coasts, they should well repay catching and marketing, and indeed I shall be much surprised if the Cornish fisherman has not already learned their good value, the more so as conger, a far inferior fish, is esteemed in a pie as a dainty of the highest excellence. There happens to be a saying that the devil himself never visits Cornwall for fear of being made into a pie, and if the good folk of Cornwall have not learnt the excellence and value of dogfish for eating by this time, I advise them to at once put it to the test, either as a pie, stewed or fried. Signed, M.H. G.C., in an enthusiastic note on the subject, launched out into the natural history of the various species and detailed the various uses he thought dogfish might be turned to. This should not prove anything but a profitable undertaking, as the flesh is eaten. It is used largely by purveyors of the fried article, and, I understand, much appreciated. The livers yield good oil. The skins of both species of the spotted order are studded with tubercles of dentine capped with enamel, which make capital rub skin for polishing. The eggs also may be prepared as a delicacy. So it appears to me that, through ignorance or the national trait of improvidence, we refuse to make use of these much maligned species which have really been placed in our waters for our benefit. I trust my items are correct, as with Mr. Patterson about, we laymen write in fear and trembling, and that my small endeavours may lead to some active dog battues, in which I trust that I may be invited to take part. Naturally enough, I joined in the debate, suggesting that there was little chance of killing the dogfish off, notwithstanding absurd proposals to decimate their numbers by the use of dynamite, which might prove as disastrous to the attacking party as to the attacked. To my mind, most of the species are far too much tainted by a flavour of ammonia to be really palatable, although I know full well many a one, beside other despised fishes, for example the wolf-fish and the stingray, are worked off in the fish shop frying tanks and doled out in slices to the hungry at supper time, the devourers never suspecting but that they are provided with primer joints than these. There are simple problems still needing solution. How is it that certain animals that prey on others themselves taste rank when eaten and others do not? For instance, the whiting not only devours other fishes but those of his own offspring, yet he is a delicate morsel. The sole devours mollusca and is himself delicious. Yet the scoter duck, which preys on the self-same shellfish, is by no means palatable by reason of its fishy flavour. Codfishers, besides knowing the gastronomic virtues of the Norwegian lobster and crabs, also devour herrings with almost proverbial greed. The dogfish fattens on herrings, yet he is by no means so dainty eating as the codfish. In my letter I referred to some amusing incidents respecting queer dishes I have sampled, and treated the dogfish subject in a rather cynical manner. Other letters followed, and, as is often the case, other subjects beside dogfish came into the correspondence, which, however, while it lasted, was by no means uninteresting. My letter of December the 17th wound up the discussion and was as follows. Sirs, whatever rascalities the dogfishers may have been guilty of, they have not altogether lived a purposeless life. They have at least imparted an interesting flavour to your correspondence column, which has been enjoyed on both sides of the table, apparently. I take it that the subject has been fairly thrashed out, and should not have referred to it again, only I tumbled across a strange item in my friend E. K. Robinson's delightful little weekly, The Countryside, a few days ago. It appeared in all solemnity that surrounds truth, and reads as follows. Effect of the War on Sharks. A curious effect of the war in the Far East is the migration of sharks to European waters. The submarine explosions are supposed to have frightened the creatures which, coming via the Suez Canal, have made havoc among the fish of the Adriatic. This has the smack of an Eastern fable about it. I myself have dared to suggest, in the Zoologist that the incursion of so many steam luggers into the haunts of the herrings has driven away the larger sharks and various cetaceans from the locality. We have most certainly lived to see a great diminution of these once frequently taken sea monsters. What a pity our allies did not label a few of the emigrants. Why did not the Marine Biological Association think of this before the war began? I have not yet fallen in with a nice fresh huss or doggy, and shall now postpone experiments until after the holidays. Your doggy enthusiasts must not altogether despair of me, but must exercise charity as well as patience. I would have all who know the dear delusive art by which Coolina mollifies the heart, in pity to relent the brow severe, and o'er a brother's weakness drop their tear. I say, sirs, when you get diving in amongst the old classic gourmands, how does the spirit of envy creep in, and how you do come to fall into line with them until one can believe that, if, as Epicurus sings, all our joy from eating springs, him who most enjoyment follow, whose widest mouth and longest swallow. Introducing the dogfish. A rather amusing incident that attended the first really serious introduction of the dogfish as an article of food came under my notice late in January 1907. I was passing the barrow of a local itinerant fish seller when I noticed 4 long fish carcasses, skinned and ready for cooking, looking temptingly fresh and flaky. "What have you got there?" I asked. "Japanese flake," said the fish hawker with a wink. He is one of my scouts for things strange in the fish line. "They've got some Japanese name for it," he added. "They look nice, like young congers," I remarked, "or gurnards pulled out. But why not dogs?" "That wouldn't do," he replied knowingly. But he had the day previously, under pretence of introducing a new fish for the fish merchants, sold several at 2d. each, a penny a foot, and left some on trial to be paid for on the morrow. 1 or 2 did not want more, but some liked them so well that they paid up and asked for others. One cunning old man of the sea, whose wife had experimented at noontime, enjoyed her fish, and cooked one for his tea, refused to eat it. He knew it and didn't want hydrophobia. And the woman herself appealed to me to say if she was like to suffer any ill effects. But a neighbour's children overheard the suggestion of hydrophobia, and were frightened when it was explained to them by someone that it was a thing that made them bark like a dog, and the poor children had to be appeased with a dose of licorice powder as an antidote before they could be persuaded to sleep that night. I have every reason to believe that for some time past local purveyors of fried fish have sold dogfishes on the quiet as they did the wolf-fish, Anoricus lupus, long before they dared to acknowledge it, and the clamour for more attending the sale of the dogs above mentioned, which were piked dogs, the ugliest of all the species and of the most evil repute, argues well for a more extensive use of it as food, as well as its admittedly more toothsome cousins, the hussars or spotted dogfishes. Those who have partaken of these dogs describe the flavour as resembling that of the docks, the body portion of various skates, End of section 28. Section 29 of Wildlife on a Norfolk Estuary by Arthur Henry Patterson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. East Coast Notes, Chapter 3, Some Mammalian Notes. Water vole and crayfish. I have before referred in my book Notes of an East Coast Naturalist to the partiality exhibited by the water vole, Microtus agrestis, to freshwater fishes, and also to the swan mussel, Anodonta, and would not again revert to the subject did I think it would lead to the hurting of one solitary hair of the merry little fellow's back. I like his company too well, for of all my eventide visitors, when sitting out the last hour of evening in the stern of the moorhen, when moored in some solitary corner in Broadland, none has gratified me more by queer antics and innocent gambols. Wholly unaware of my presence, a pair of voles have come out on the bank to court and play, varying the fun of careless existence by daintily nibbling the coarse, luscious grasses at the waterside, now chasing each other, now coyly making love, now sitting up as if half suspicious of being overlooked by they know not what. Happy little creatures! However, they must eat, and I have become fully convinced that their diet is of an omnivorous kind. When dealing with this subject in June 1897, I received the following letter. Aylsham, June 7th, 1897. I take the liberty of asking your opinion on a matter of natural history. I wish to ascertain with certainty, as I know you are a careful observer on these points. One day, the week before last, whilst fishing in the Bure between the junction of Scarrow Beck and Blickling Mill, I found about 20 large crayfish, or rather their remains, in little heaps by the edge of the river, the tail parts neatly nibbled in a groove along the middle of the back to enable the contents to be extracted. The big claws were eaten through about half-way for the same purpose. They were placed near the work of water voles. I took one claw from a hole. Around each heap lay the dung of voles. I have always thought the vole herbivorous, but I am inclined to believe it occasionally varies its diet with animal food, like the squirrel. The only others I can think of being the culprits are the common rat, the otter, and possibly the weasel. Mr. F. Norgate tells me he has frequently observed the remains of frogs in small heaps. I have toads chiefly, which he thinks the work of the water vole. Signed, R.J.W.P. Without a shadow of a doubt, these crayfish have been fished up by the vole and operated upon, as I have observed them bring to the surface the swan mussel and devour it, and although I never yet actually detected the vole making free with toads, I have seen that unhappy reptile minus toes in a position that clearly indicated an unexpected escape from the omnivorous rodent. I have been assured by an old eel babber, a man whose word I have always been able to believe, that he had on several occasions seen water voles run off with the skins and heads of red herrings thrown onto the bank after a meal in his houseboat. This was generally observed in very severe weather, when the poor things were hard set for a bit of grub. He had a small hand gun in his houseboat on one occasion. This he loaded one afternoon and fired at a vole, knocking it over with a herring's head still held between its teeth. He "skun" the animal and made a tobacco pouch of the pelt, which he carried about with him for several years. A friend of mine, a capable observer, informs me that he is quite familiar with instances in which the water vole has devoured the common frog. More black rat notes. In the January Zoologist of 1906, a friend of mine who has keenly followed up the vagaries of Mus rattus and its allies in the neighbourhood, wrote to the effect that the two local races of the black rat, Mus rattus rattus and Mus rattus alexandrinus, appear to be increasing in numbers, several fresh haunts having been brought to my notice. Some young specimens of alexandrinus have been through my hands, and all appear to have darker tails than the adults, apparently due to the black hairs being closer together. I have recently had a fine old male of the Mus rattus rattus variety brought to me, which had some time previously lost its left hind foot. The tibia had been broken through at the middle, and the muscles had healed at the knee, leaving about 1/4 inch of clean bone projecting. The end of the bone was worn and polished, and the animal bore a rather ridiculous resemblance to a man with a wooden leg. The rat was in good condition, weighing 5 ounces full. The following measurements of it were carefully taken in the flesh: head and body 6 3/4 inches, tail 9 inches, ear 17/18 of an inch, vibrissae 2 5/8 of an inch, hind foot 1 7/16 of an inch. Signed P. E. Rumbelow. My note in the Zoologist of February was as follows. Mr. Rumbelow is, I think, correct in stating Mus rattus and its compeer Mus alexandrinus are on the increase hereabouts. I am constantly hearing of their appearance in fresh quarters, and of very little to their credit. Cats are very fond of hunting them, and eagerly eat them, leaving only the snout and teeth. The rats themselves are not averse to anything that promises the least nourishment, and are not above nibbling the toe of a sound sleeper. A house in which a babe was some time ago seriously mauled by black rats has since been shut up, for the smell of those poisoned after the carpenters had been at work has made the place as insanitary as it was before unsavoury. In warehouses, dates, eggs, jars of jam, anything in fact, is fish in their net. Passing a sail loft on January the 25th, a sailmaker asked me if I could do with a couple of rats, one of 'em a clinker, that is, an extraordinary large one. I gladly accepted them. One was a jet black male, Mus rattus, the other a very large example of Mus rattus alexandrinus. As it differs slightly from one referred to by Mr. J. G. Millay as coming from Yarmouth, in the Zoologist 1905, I have thought it worth recording. Measurements: head and body 8 1/4 inches, tail 9 inches, weight 7¼ ounces. Body of a smoke brown generally, with slightly darker hair on the back and of a lighter hue below. Both fell victims to their love of Russian tallow, not a scrap of which that sailmaker dare leave about at night, except some placed in a trap for their especial benefit and his own. A very tarry smell emanated from the hides of both rats, due to their having made their beds of such tarry twine as they found lying about the loft. I went with this sailmaker into his oil room, a place in which large cans of various oils were stored, among them being 2 or 3 containing herring oil, a product, curiously enough, boiled and extracted from the oily scum which floats to the surface of the enormous keelers or tubs in which the herrings are rinsed before arriving on the spits for smoking. Hundreds of thousands of herrings go through the tub before the filthy water, thick with scales and blood, is let off below. This oil is of a very greasy nature, and takes a long time to refine itself clear. The cans in which it is stored for the sailmaker's use are very lightly bunged, to allow for the expansion and contraction caused by atmospheric changes. The sailmaker assured me that the black rats would mount these cans and push over the bungs placed askew in the neck, and when unable to reach the oil with a paw, would dip in their tails. "That's right," said he. "Why don't they nibble your sails?" "Well," he remarked, "before we dress a wherry's sail, we have to mix a certain proportion of tar, and they draw a line at a tarry flavour." Albino mus rattus. On January the 28th, 1907, one of my specimen hunters, a merry little fish hawker, brought to my house a queer looking rat. "My cat only caught it an hour ago," said he, holding the rat in one hand and his cap in the other. "That's a regular novelty, and she'd jist kilt 2 black 'uns afore she got that." "So you've got rats?" I said. "Bless you, yes, sir," he said, smiling. "We have a nice old time with them." The rat in question was just full grown and in excellent condition, for the cat had had her fill of the previous 2, and needed very little persuasion to part with it. By lamplight the coat of the animal appeared to be bluish white, suggesting to me the hue of an Arctic fox in summer jacket. The tail was of a creamy tint and slightly shorter than that of a normal mus rattus. The ears were greyish, and the head altogether of the true typical form. The eyes were gleaming red, with an opalescent tint, and almost as full and bright as in life. I forwarded the animal at once to Dr. S. H. Long of Norwich, who exhibited it, still in the flesh, with several other varieties of mus rattus and mus alexandrinus, which I had sent him from time to time, at a meeting of the Norfolk and Norwich Naturalist Society on the 29th. This albino example, which I believe to be unique, measured as follows: head 1¾ inches, head and body together 6½ inches, tail 5½ inches. Rat and oyster. Some years ago, in the palmy days of smacking, a deep-sea fisherman brought ashore a ped, or hamper of coarse-shelled smack oysters. These he good-naturedly gave to the landlord of the since demolished Staff of Life on the North Quay, and they were deposited in a back store place to be attended to on the morrow. Early next morning a queer noise was heard in the storeroom as of something being thrown and dragged about, and search was at once made. To his surprise, the landlord discovered a large rat with an oyster firmly attached to the middle of its tail. It would seem that, attracted by the pleasing aroma of the shellfish, this rat had come to examine them, and had evidently drawn his tail by accident between the shells of a gaping oyster, which, on being so oddly tickled, instantly closed. It goes without saying that no persuasion on the part of the rat would allow the extraction of his caudal appendage, nor of access, unaccompanied, to his hole. Also that the owner of the oysters speedily settled matters with the objectionable admirer of his toothsome molluscs. Breydon rats. My boat shed on the edge of Breydon is never free from a pair of rats, which bring up their families in the midst of surroundings so damp that one wonders they may ever rear any at all. It is seldom that more than one pair frequent my location, probably because they resent intrusion, but I have noticed invariably that when I have taken it into my head to trap them, they are at once succeeded by another couple. They never do me harm by nibbling or destroying anything, but are annoying by their persistency in bringing shore crabs into the place, having ferreted them out from under stones and refuse when the tide has fallen, and by devouring them, leaving little piles of broken shells to mark the spot where they have their suppers. I have had occasionally to shovel out the debris. Now and again they bring in fish offal and other queer viands, never troubling to cast away the remnants, which produce at times, especially after a higher tide than usual, a strange and powerful odour. Curious cat's feet. For some years past I have known of certain domestic cats in Yarmouth remarkable for the unusual number of toes upon the forefeet. From observations I have made, and the particular neighbourhood in which these felines live, I am strongly inclined to believe that they are all more or less related. To someone's great regret, no doubt, a friend of mine secured one of these animals, its colour shall be nameless, which he informed me died rather suddenly soon after, and there was a black specimen, he believed unrelated, which he intended to capture at the same time, but it gave him the slip and has never been heard of since. He cut off the forefeet of the cat that died and kindly furnished me with an exceedingly good photograph of them. The left foot had 7 digits, the right one 6, 13 in all, a rather unlucky number for tabby. In every other instance, as well as in the present one, the cat's hind feet contained the normal number of toes. The pygmy shrew. The pygmy shrew, Sorex minutus, appears to be common in the neighbourhood of St Olaves, a few miles from Yarmouth, and is found in the marshy districts nearer home. The first example that came to my notice was a rather badly mauled little chap in a bottle of spirits, which my friend, Mr. P. E. Rumbelow, had taken from a cat, not the only one this particular animal secured for us for examination. Cats are, it seems, eager to pursue and kill the shrew, but probably on account of its queer odour, refused to eat it. It is known to the young people in that neighbourhood as the ranny, a common name given to Sorex vulgaris in the country districts north of Yarmouth, where the animal is not uncommon, although I believe unknown around St Olaves. The pygmy shrew is not entirely nocturnal, but hunts around for its prey in broad daylight. Some seal notes. The common seal, Phoca vitulina, occasionally frequents the sandbanks on the Wash in some numbers, until lately, I believe, without the local fishermen taking much objection to their presence. Complaints, however, would seem to have been made quite recently, it being suggested that they frighten away the fish. This may lead up to some persecution, and so good a target may tempt those whose business or pleasure it is to carry rifles to try to reduce the numbers. The Lynn fishermen at one time used to net or entrap individuals, selling them alive to showmen for exhibition purposes. I myself, in my scheming days, had examples on show, my showman in ordinary putting them through their paces. Their barking suggested yes or no on command, and a tambourine was rattled in a lively fashion by a flipper when an animal was ordered to do so. Some seals, especially when captured young, become very docile and tame, whereas those taken when old are never tractable. When keeper at Preston Pleasure Gardens in 1884, I had a seal rockery and pond, wherein several were incarcerated. One large seal was so vicious that he would rush at me like a mastiff, and could only be kept at bay by my facing him with a stiff bristly broom. On one occasion, when letting in water from the lake above, a huge eel came through the large connecting pipe and began to dash about on the scarcely water-covered floor. Before I could get in to secure it, the large seal had floundered out and seized it. The animal very speedily snapped the eel's vertebrae in a number of places and swallowed it whole. On rare occasions a seal swims and drifts into this neighbourhood, and has a very restless time of it, being shot at by gunners, startled off the beach by pedestrians when bunched up on the sands for a nap, and anathematised by sea anglers. One day in November 1891, a seal made its appearance in the vicinity of the jetty. An angler had just hooked a codling, when something that a young urchin likened unto a corpse seized the fish and swam boldly away with it. To the fisherman's surprise, he immediately hooked the seal when endeavouring to pull the fish away from it, and at once essayed to land it. To this end he played the animal and gradually drew it near the shore, whilst eager spectators, lining the beach below, waited to give it a warm reception. But the seal took fright as it came into the breakers, and making a sudden dash, broke the line, taking a hook with it. It was subsequently seen in the neighbourhood of Scroby Sands, and probably got safely away, a sadder and a wiser animal. I well remember a grey seal being shot with a punt gun on Breydon in November 1882. More than one old Breydoner who witnessed the massacre of the poor brute as it struggled to escape over the flats, have graphically pictured to me the rumpus and the outpour of blood that reddened the drain. Poor beast! A pound of shot sent into its head at close quarters would make a ghastly gaping wound. I am glad I was absent at the time. A rabbit yarn. Some 20 or 30 years ago, a certain lighthouse keeper, recently come to Winterton Lighthouse, a few miles north of Yarmouth, on getting settled, thought it would be advantageous to him to turn a bit of the sandy warren attached to the premises into a vegetable garden. Accordingly he set to work, and having delved it into the semblance of a garden patch, proceeded to plant it. For the first few days the young vegetables promised to flourish in their new quarters, and the "bunnies" on the adjacent warren had not yet got over their surprise and the fear of committing trespass. But one morning the lighthouse keeper came to his garden to find that something in the nature of a blight had visited one corner during the night. Somewhat puzzled, he replanted the ground, but next night more of his tender vegetables vanished, and he was still further puzzled. He dug, manured, and planted again, but with like result. He asked the village folk, who smiled and naturally suggested rabbits. The keeper watched and found it was so. He complained to H, the lord of the manor, and asked him to keep off his rabbits. "If you wish to grow green stuffs," said the lord of the manor, "fence your garden in yourself." This the keeper did not see his way to do, but set to work on a much harder, if less expensive plan. He dug a trench 2 feet wide and 3 feet deep in depth all round the garden, hoping that it would be a sufficient barrier against the marauding rodents. One morning, after he had completed his trench, he visited it, and to his great surprise found a large number of rabbits prisoners therein. They had got in, but could not get out. I am informed there were over 100 animals entrapped. These he managed to kill and find a market for. "All right," said the lighthouse keeper, "this'll do. It's better than a fence." And he managed to dispose of nearly 700 rabbits before the lord of the manor discovered his loss and the cause of the cessation of complaints. H was one day surveying his warren when he espied the keeper acting in a strange and excited manner, and came up to the edge of the trench. "Why, man, what's this?" he gasped. "You're clearing my warren." "I'm content," replied the keeper, still knocking rabbits on the head as he pushed a big box in front of him, stowing the rabbits up as he went. "If you want to keep your rabbits, you'd better fence 'em in." And so H did, for he immediately ordered some rolls of wire netting, burying 3 feet of it below the surface and raising it several feet above, all round the garden. Rodents' teeth mishaps. Instances, though rare, of wild rabbits have been met with in which the foreteeth had grown to an unusual length, to the great discomfort of their unfortunate possessors. As is well known, the incisor teeth of rodents are continually growing, to supply the loss incidental to their gnawing habits. Thus it happens that if one or both incisors become broken, the osseous matter at the root of the tooth opposite still keeps pushing that tooth forward, and a preternatural elongation ensues. How such an unfortunate rabbit manages to feed is not easily explained, and trouble must eventually follow. In February 1895, I obtained a rabbit with both of the top incisors missing, the lower ones being abnormally developed, standing out very much after the fashion of an aged boar's or a babirusa's tusks, the points very nearly reaching to either eye. It was trapped in the neighbourhood, and notwithstanding its infirmities was in fine condition, furnishing me with an excellent Sunday dinner. A rabbit was observed at Norwich at about the same time, with one incisor tooth grown and curved to a half circle. A friend of mine has a common brown rat preserved, which had grown an under incisor to such an abnormal length that it formed a complete circle, the size of a wedding ring, the tip end coming to within an infinitesimal distance of the part of the tooth protruding above the animal's lip. In 1884, when feeding some pheasants in an aviary, I saw the tail of a very large rat protruding from one of the corn hoppers, and immediately understood that an uninvited guest was dining therein. I seized a stick and stealthily crept behind it, whereon the animal, without the slightest show of haste, came out. I immediately knocked it down, and on picking it up saw that it was an aged individual, thin and emaciated, with the two upper incisors grown over and completely under its chin, preventing the poor beast from properly masticating its food, for each time it moved its jaws, the points of the teeth chafed the skin, which showed signs of contact clearly enough. A cetacean migration. A somewhat remarkable movement of cetaceans, presumably porpoises, took place in March 1906, a big procession of them being observed swimming through the roadstead. Various reports reached me respecting them, some persons insisting that they were scolters, or white-beaked dolphins, and that they were at least 20 feet in length. Allowance must be made for the difficulty of judging the length of moving objects in the sea. I made inquiries with a view of ascertaining whether others had observed them further north of the county, but met with no response. Mr. Lown, a local naturalist, assured me that he saw this shoal on the afternoon of Sunday the 19th. He believed them to be porpoises. They appeared to be about 6 feet in length, and their ranks extended almost from the Wellington Pier to the St. Nicholas lightship, a distance of considerably over a mile. They sprang out of the water 3 or 4 at a time. The water was perfectly calm, and any shoals of spring herrings in their line of march must have fared very badly. End of section 29. End of Wildlife on a Norfolk Estuary by Arthur Henry Patterson.